Never! No. Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing today? I hope you guys are doing well. Today, we're continuing the house in Fata Morgana. What? You're okay. Bad? Why am I bad? You left me sick and alone? I'm dying? What? I told you I had to stream. What, do you want to be in the channel? Huh? You want to be in the... So you're not lonely? The JK. Sunday, he would sell me for gachapos. Wow, Snake, that's mean. Why would you do that to the grape, huh? That's mean. That's mean of you. Humph. Jeez. I didn't see that. Wow. Wow. Bonk. Bonk you, Snake. Bad. Bad. Bad Snake. Anyway, so we're continuing. I think we were at, I think it was door 4, I believe. Yeah, it was door 4, I believe. And we were going through the tale of Michel and Giselle. And I remembered we ended last at where Giselle was opening a door, letting someone in, thinking it was the food, but it was somebody else. So let's see who this mysterious person is. You know, I accidentally always select, was it not inspect memories, but the other button. Because it's like, oh wait, that's a new game. I do that every time. Like, I can't believe it. I am curious to see where this tale is going. Alright, let me know if this sounds okay. If it's too quiet or too loud, let me know. Glaring down at her with unfocused eyes and mumbling, "Are ye the witch that'll grant people wishes?" It was in that moment that the white-haired girl realized she had been careless. The man had sought out the mansion because he believed the legend of the... Ow! Why are you bonking me? What did I do? I'm just an innocent fish. 'Cause you left me? Oh my god. I'm sad. Let's see, what button was it? I think it's sick. Well, was it this one? No. Yeah, you made me sad. Look at it, you're making me cry. What? I was think he's barking now. Jeez. Because he believed the legend of the witch. And he did not seem particularly right of mind either, perhaps a result of wandering through the forest for several days. Or perhaps it was because he was so beaten up that he had to ask for a witch's help. In a word, he seemed mad. No, there is no witch here. Sure there is, don't ye lie to me. I can hear the witch's voice. She led me to this house. I promise you there isn't. Now please be on your way. Ye have any idea how long it took to find this place? How many days I've gone without food or water? And you're telling me to get lost? I don't know what you want from me. I'm happy to give you a little food, so please. Is there really no witch? There's no witch here. It's nothing but a legend. Why is Snake barking, by the way? Like, what? You barking at your dog, huh, Snake? Grapey. Your model's blinking a lot? Is it? Why? What, does it need to be recalibrated then? Just like how mine was that one time? I haven't changed anything. It's probably just me. I don't think it's anything else. I don't know. It's probably just... Hold on. I don't think it's when I'm looking at it. It's also when I block it. Yeah, see? Probably because I was putting my hand in my face, too. I don't know why it's doing that. It's nothing but a legend. If she does exist, she doesn't live here. I see. Then that means you're just an ordinary person. Maybe she should have said she was a witch to scare him off. What do you guys think? Just one person. Just a person. Just a girl. So there ain't a thing you can do. Oh, she should have said she was just a witch. Just a lie. Snake says burn her. It might be because my fan's on as well. Actually. I don't know if that's the problem. Let's see. Oh, get away from me. What are you doing? Why waste time waiting for you to give me a little grub when I can just take it all? I'm starving here. So hungry I could eat human. Oh, guys, he's gonna be a cannibal. You're about to commit a grievous crime. Are you not ashamed to act in defiance of God? God. If I believed in God, would I come begging to a witch? I don't fear him. I sure as hell don't fear people. Oops. Gotta show up at a house in the middle of nowhere? Oh, gonna call me out? Who's gonna stop me? No one not to. No one's gonna stop me. And no one's gonna offer me salvation. Michelle! Ah, there's a thought. You're a woman, so before I kill... What are you doing? What? There's other people here? He wasn't prepared for that, guys. Thank God Michelle showed up in time. The white-haired girl laid pinned on the floor beneath the yelling bandit, pleading for help with her ruby eyes. As soon as Michelle grasped the situation, he tossed his candlestick aside and leapt for the man. Yeah, get him, Michelle, get him! The candlestick gave a sharp clang when it hit the floor. The impact extinguished the flame, bringing the mantis to a near-perfect darkness. Something glinted in the bandit's hand, and then, without hesitation, he thrust it at Michelle. Oh! Michelle! Oh. Oh, you stupid. Must you to be coming to me unarmed? In his hand, the man held a knife, its tip dripping with Michelle's blood. The red spilled from the gash in his arm, the flow growing heavier with each passing moment. You're the only people here, but he's gonna die from the curse, by the looks of it, eh? Right? Perfect. Perfect. Take you both out. What? You don't appear to know to whose house you tried to break into. What you're on about? Regret your ignorance to your very last breath. You're messed up in the head, ye madman. I stay the hell back. Take one more step and... I inherited the witch's curse. Let go! Michelle clutched the man's face in one hand. The man raised the knife to strike back, but... what's happening? The strength drained from his fingers, the knife falling to the floor. The man writhed in Michelle's grip. My face. I can't breathe. Leave this place immediately, though you will not get far afflicted with my curse. Ah! That guy's a goner. Helpless to fight back, nay, helpless to even consider fighting back, the bandit fled from the mansion in terror. In his wake, only the white-haired girl and a bleeding Michel remained. I just saw a man's life drained from him. His face withering away, sucked completely dry. I didn't doubt him, but to God, that was quite disturbing for you, I'm sure. No, not at all. It's my fault anyway, if I hadn't been so careless. Oh, your arm, we need to get that wrapped up. Please, do not touch me. You mustn't touch me. The wound is hardly fatal. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. Not a degree of the blame falls on me for saying... No, a degree of the blame falls on me for saying nothing. Next time someone comes to the door, let me know. I'm sorry. Please, you don't need to apologize. Well, yes. For once, I'm actually proud of myself. Proud that I could use this terrible ability of mine to do something more than just take life. To protect someone I care about. Aww. So like I said, please don't apologize. Alright, thank you. Michelle. I'm glad you're here. I care about you too. Thank you. Had the flame of Michelle's candle not gone out when he threw it to the floor, he would have seen a heartfelt smile on the white-haired girl's face. She would have been flushed of red and an awkward smile on Michelle's normally blank face. He might have also seen a little glimmer on her cheek, where a few drops of his blood had landed. But alas, they had no light. Oh, alright. That was interesting. The collapse of their happiness came slowly, gradually. Perhaps it was because she had touched his blood instead of his skin. Oh, this music gives me such chills, guys. But that deterioration of the white-haired girl's health crept at a relaxed pace. The life was not sucked out of her in the blink of the eye, as it had been from the bandit. She merely grew progressively less and less healthy. Oh, I knew something like this was gonna happen. Something bad was gonna happen. I knew it, guys. Amidst her physical decay, she was bestowed with one blessing. Her beauty remained untouched. But as far as blessings went, surely there were others she could have been granted. Could God not have picked something a little better for her? By the time the two of them realized what was happening, it was already too late. The white-haired girl had grown so weak she could hardly leave her bed. Yes. Oh, you're there. I am. Goodness. Can't see very well anymore. Oh. This is actually making me sad. How could this happen? I thought I had saved you, but no. I did the exact opposite. Please, don't talk that way. You did save me that day. But you're on the cusp of death now. It's my fault. Because of this curse I bear. How could this happen? Why did this have to happen? What am I? Was I given this body? Michelle, can I ask a favor? Okay, hold on. I want to look at see, what is it, the backlogs? I want to see if there's anything different. Any new writing? Who are you? Someone spent a great deal of time with. I must say I'm impressed you made it back, my dear, but your soul was grounded in dust. Oh, I think we've seen these before. Yeah, so the puppets. Indeed, this is Giselle. The white-haired girl standing there is Giselle. We once read a book together. It was by the fireplace. You did not. Those memories are false. Books belong in the library. Why would they be by a fireplace? Curse them, slaughter them, revile them, inflict eternal suffering on their souls. Take revenge on the fools who laughed as we agonized. There's a wall between them. A wall they could not cross, for if they did, it would mean the white-haired girl's death. No matter how much they yearned for it, they could not touch one another, so they did not. So they did so within the confines of their imaginations. Envisioning it in as much detail as they could manage, it was sad but sweet, a moment of pristine, untainted beauty. The two of them emanated serenity, as fitting as the word curse might have been on the mansion as a whole. At the top of the observation tower, a pure bond was being shared. A fleeting moment between a young man with a curse touch and a kind-hearted, beautiful girl. The dream did not last long, no. For God is quite cruel. They simply wanted to be together. That was all. Their wish was hardly unreasonable. Only a quiet, peaceful life together. But misfortune was creeping even nearer, its footsteps growing more and more pronounced. The flow of time was hazy within the memories, the mansion's halls. They had little way of telling whenever it was night or day, preventing them from knowing exactly how much time had passed. The white-haired girl had made a habit of climbing the observation tower ever so often to see whenever the sun was up, which allowed her to approximate the time of day. Consequently, when she heard the knock on the door, she was not aware just how deep the night was outside. That forest and beast alike lay quietly at rest. Alright, the stores and the cellars are almost exhausted. Must be the monstillery. Not thinking it was worth bothering Michelle over, she made her way out of the chambers and headed for the entrance, leading her to conclude that before the servant had simply left the box at the door. So without a second thought, she opened the door, and there was a strange, vagrant man standing in the moonlight. His clothes were tattered, his bearded face bony and emaciated. She gasped, shrieking back several paces. She'd been careless, so we kind of all know what happened here, so nothing really new. Yeah, this is all nothing new here. Wait, what's this? Had the flame in Michelle's. Yeah, okay, so we already saw this, so nothing new. Go ahead. Stay with me, please. As much as you can until the very end. I was going to do as much anyway. Thank you. I'm happy, Michelle. Happier than I've ever been. And I mean that. You didn't just save my life. You saved me. Been saved. But only me. I wonder how he'll handle things when I'm gone. If only I hadn't opened that door that day, I wouldn't be leaving him alone. I mean, it's not your fault, Giselle. Like, you didn't know. You kind of just expected, like, no one else to show up. I suppose they didn't have any, like, one of those, like, little, like, holes or anything you could look through back then. Or we could have been, and we could be happier together for even longer. Yes? Would you please hold my hand? I think it's probably safe now. I will not. I cannot touch you. If I do, I might take what remains of your life. Take your beauty away, and force you to die hideous. I cannot touch you. What the? Why did it glitch there? Found ear. It. Her. On his way back from the washroom several days later, Michel heard muffled voices. "You got it? Ill? I'm good." He was having trouble making out what they were saying, but he could tell it was several men and they were outside the front door. The fact that he could hear them all through the heavy door meant they were probably shouting quite loudly. An indescribable sense of uneasiness came over him, dread. He drew nearer to the door and focused on the voices on the other side. They grew clearer, enough for him to make out what the men were saying. "Everything's in place. We're ready to kill this witch now. This is definitely the place. Gotta have dead bandits to choose in this mansion. Listen well, no matter what we find in there, we kill it. It could be a child for all I care, that doesn't change anything." Wow, these guys are cold. Like, what the? Kill the witch. Kill the witch, kill the witch, kill the witch! What he heard beyond the door was a group of men shouting for the death of the witch. Why am I blinking a lot? I do see that. That's kind of bothering me now. Oops. Okay. In that moment, Michael regretted his decision to let the bandit go free and not watch over him until the moment of his demise. He must have made his way down to the village in search of help, where he revealed what he had found at the mansion. Damn it. But it was too late. Regret would solve nothing. He could neither stop the villagers from raiding the house, nor could he stop the white-haired girl from dying to the effects of his curse. He was helpless to do anything. The gears of his fate had locked him onto the path of tragedy and were turning mercilessly onward. The men had begun trying to break down the door with what sounded like a battering ram. While the first strike was not enough to breach the barrier, it was still quite powerful. He was certain it would not hold for long. Michel's mind raced. Was there anything he could do about this predicament? How could he escape from the corner he had been backed into? Despite his possessing inhuman powers, he would be powerless against a full mob of adult men. The villagers almost certainly came armed as well. "Michel?" A weak voice came from behind him. Aghast, he spun around to find the white-haired girl stumbling toward him. She breathed heavily, leaning against columns for support. "What are you doing out here? You'll only worsen your condition by exerting yourself." "I had a sinking feeling, and I heard noises on my way here. It seems that I brought all my misfortune upon you." "Don't say that." "If I hadn't come here, this never would have happened." Okay, hold on. I still gotta see if the backlog... Oh. I guess there's nothing new on that. Wait, what? It's similar. Okay, hold on. Let's see what this says. This would kill her. Ow! Why are you bonking me? That would kill her. No, no, no. This. Thanks to the hydrate and stretch. What did I do, huh? You left us? The stream? Well, yeah, I mean, I had my stream today. Oh my god. Jeez. Well, you're here, aren't you? This is all a lie. This is all a lie? I can't argue with that. This is all a lie, guys. Look. Anything else? Guess not. Yes, you left us. I'm still here, jeez. You would never been in any danger. Please, Michelle, hand me over to the men outside. More important, you left me? My God. Jeez. Absolutely not. I'm still here. I haven't left you. They're here for the witch, aren't they? I'm guessing they're the same people who were chasing me before. The village has a poor harvest this year, I hear. Like the village in the legend. Snake won't save me from the creeps that wanna fuck me. But you're not streaming today because you're resting, right? Right? He wants to sell me off? Don't sell him off! The village has a poor harvest this year. I hear like... No! But you're not a witch. I need someone to fill the role, though. So please, hand me over. Nothing like that. Nothing that I haven't already destroyed, that is. And escape on your own. I could never. Please, Michelle. I'm the one who's cursed, not you. And you want me to hand you over? Ridiculous! What would I have left then? Nothing. Not a thing. I would have nothing. After so long, I finally found someone who isn't afraid of me, who won't run. I have no interest in a world that would take you away from me, make me live alone once more. To hell with such a world. Michelle. Would you be willing to die with me? If that's what you wish, then stay with me until the very end. Man, I probably wanted to hear just as much as him. No, not probably, I did. I wanted to have someone at my side as much as him. It's so lonely not having anyone. To live alone, to die alone, to not have anyone watching over you. For no one to ever know, to even know you're dead. I simply wanted someone to tell me they're here for me. To be there, to hold my hand. How wonderful that would be. A sense of utter relief it would bring would be enough to cast away all the pain, to allow me to accept all our suffering. So please, tell me you'll... Oh, excuse me, sorry guys. Oh, this music. Michelle and the white-haired girl chose to spend their final moments at the top of the observation tower. Man, this music giving me chills. Holy crap, the music in this game is so good. They could hear the crash of the battering ram against the door, the shouts of the men and their stomping feet. But despite all that, the ray of light shining through the little window was as bright as always. The room's air full of serenity remained unimpeached. After the long climb to the top, the white-haired girl was terribly out of breath. Michelle considered several times offering her his hand, but the possibility that doing so might rob her of her last scraps of life stayed his hand. Sounds like they broke the door. I'm glad we made it up here when we did. I'm so sorry for asking this of you. My God, this music and this everything about this, just, good Lord. So good. Don't be. I would have chosen here for my final moments as well. This is the final place in the mansion without any sunlight. This one place I can get a good look at you. Thank you. I'm truly glad that I was able to end up here. I was able to meet you. And more than anything, that you said you cared about me. It's Midgie! Midgie! Midgie plush, Midgie plush. Ew. Don't say ew. It's not gross. She's not gross. Have I become my... You're coming up. That's mean. Yeah, Midgie has a plush. I made it for her. Hi, Gabico. I'm mad now. I'm angry. I'm angry at you now. I'm angry. Angry. Covering up Midgie. Mean. Don't eat me. I don't want a head pie. You covered up Midgie. Have I managed to become an essential part of your life? Do you even need to ask? I wouldn't be here otherwise. This blanket looks like a Care Bear. My friend made it for me a while back, actually. Because I loved the bear from Zarya's skin. She had a bear hat. Don't lick Gabicle. I wouldn't be here otherwise. I feel the same way as you, I'm sure of it. Man, I love this music. The two of us are more similar than you probably care to admit. Can I ask you one more thing? Go on. Would you embrace me? If this has to be the end, if this has to be my last chance, then I don't want to end up without having been able to touch you. Please don't refuse me this time, Michelle. Just do it, please. I won't keep you waiting long. Cover your eyes, sensual. Cover your... Stop! They're not kissing, they're hugging, guys! Come on! They're hugging! Thank you. The truth is, I always wanted this. That is hugging. I always wanted this. Stop ruining it. It's a sweet moment, okay? I dreamed of being able to hold you. I dreamed of it too. Thank you. I'm so very... It's a sin, huh? That's a sin, huh? I wonder who else does hugging, huh? Huh? She's still so beautiful. Who? Who? Huh. What a cruel joke. You're not given some miracle? Or maybe a hand holding? Then... Could you have not given us some miracle? You, Grapey! One that would allow us both to survive. So, never mind. Jeez. Where are you? Where'd you get off to? I can't find her, damn it. Hey, there's some upstairs over there. They lead up. Beneath a single ray of light, the white-haired girl lay completely still. Not even a frail sigh escaped her closed lips. Playing, huh? She remained as gorgeous as ever. It was as though she had simply fallen asleep in the sunlight. Looking down upon her, Michel determined to do one thing. I would not allow anyone to sully this sight. He gave a fleeting glance back at her pristine corpse, then opened the door and stepped through it alone. He would protect the room where she lay. Hey, there's someone up there. So this is where you've been hiding, you infernal witch. Wait, that's not the girl. The rosoosh sound of their footsteps rang up from below. Is there anything else here? Shortly thereafter, the men themselves came into view. As he expected, they were heavily armed. Creepy? Wait, what's creepy? Oh, the dialogue? He glowered at the man, then sucked into a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. I am the witch you seek. I have inherited her curse, and it is I who brings calamity upon you. You hear that? But he's a man or woman, it doesn't matter. Death to anyone who has ties to the witch. Cleanse this earth of all impurity. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Michel did not flinch at the sight of the man. He stood unyielding beneath him and the door. He did not flinch when they raised their weapons against him. Hey, Yumi, what's up? Oh, hi, Vulcan. How you doing? Just started playing more of the visual novel, The House in Fata Morgana. We got to a very dark and sad part. Nor when they pierced his body. Die and take your curse with you. I have no need for this life any longer. I'm doing good. For today? That's good, that's good. It's all yours. I am cursed to kill even that which I wish to protect. But at the very least, I can protect one thing before my life is done. Not even one of you will leave this place. Wither and die by my curse! The blood spilling from his skewered body flowed down the stairs, down and down like a little river, soaking the feet of every single man who had stormed the mansion. This was the last thing he saw before the final grains of life slipped between his fingers, which brought a faint smile to his lips. Wait, she's still alive? Neither of them had expected what happened next, though, for God had a most twisted sense of humor. The white-haired girl had not miraculously passed away without being robbed of her beauty. Why am I still alive? She had rather not passed at all. Quite cruel of him, was it not? Michel? Where have you gone, Michel? Michel. Oh. I smell blood. Had he allowed her to die, she would not have been made to witness the scene that awaited her. No. And I'm sure you know just what it was she laid eyes upon in that moment. The ravaged corpse of her beloved. Oh, God. A torrent of blood streaming down the spiral staircase, and the sickening stench it raised. Oh, why? And his was not the only body. The villagers who had assaulted the mansion had been subjected to his curse. The life drained from their wizard shells. Why did this? Michel, why? I am the only one still alive. That is a question I cannot answer either. Perhaps his curse did not affect those he loved. As terribly cruel as that might be, I cannot say. Why, you said we'd go together. A world without you has no meaning. Had she actually expended her life there in the room at the top of the tower, perhaps his tale could have been a happy ending. She would have at least been able to have the man she loved at her side until her very last moments upon the earth. But that was not what had transpired. She had survived, been left utterly alone. I felt a profound pity for the miserable girl, so I called out to her. Would you like to see him once more? The Witch Morgana? Oh, hi, Mr. Faulkner. How are you doing? What? We actually get to see her? I have the power to help you meet him again. Who's there? Where are you? You know what they call this mansion? So who do you suppose remains on these grounds? No way. You're from the legend. You actually exist. Now I ask you a simple question. Would you like to see him again? A witch grants people's wishes, but at a price. I am well. What tidings brings the abyss? Well, so basically what just happened here is the white-haired girl and Michelle were going to die together because a bunch of villagers broke in, and killed them. And we thought the white-haired girl died because of Michelle's curse. I guess when he, touches, people, their, skin, he can cause them to wither and die, basically, take their life. And he thought he did that to the white-haired girl, but she survived, and then Michelle sacrificed himself and died, basically. So, yeah, and the girl's still alive, so she's quite sad about that. And now we just met the Witch Morgana. Uno reverse card, pretty much. The witch grants people's wishes, but at a price. I said I wouldn't ask for her assistance if I met her. But all that's changed, now that I've lost him. It is truly possible, then yes, I want to see him. Bring him back to life. Regrettably, I cannot directly meddle with the forces of life and death. Let's see. However, I can guarantee you this. Your reconstruction. Kirby! Reconstruction? Correct. To ensure that you remain as yourself in future lives and are not reborn as someone else, your body and mind shall be reconstructed, as shall his. If you sincerely wish to reunite with one another, if you genuinely need each other in your lives, you will eventually meet again. All I can promise you is eternal reconstruction. Eternal reconstruction. So that's basically just being reincarnated every time, right? What you can make of it is up to you. You want to see him again, don't you? You want to hear his voice again, don't you? You want to feel his hand on your cheek once more, don't you? If that's what you want, then you must remain who you are. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna see if there's anything here. I want to see. Okay, I guess nothing here. If you simply were born, that wouldn't be you. So there wouldn't be any point, would there? Me as I am? And And he as he is. Make up your mind quickly. I will not wait long. I want to see him again. As you wish, sweet little girl. I shall grant you both eternal reconstruction, and pray with all my heart that you can attain true happiness. So just reborn forever until they meet again, I guess. Shortly thereafter, the white-haired girl took her own life. Oh. She decided she had nothing to gain by remaining in the present time, and that in order to reunite with Michel, she needed to make her way to her next life. And thus the mansion was left bereft of a master, to travel slowly through the ages until someone came along to give it life once more. Misty Manor. Oh, we completed a chapter. But an infallible amount of time had passed, and the two still have yet to reunite. Have they, Master? You know what? I'm wondering here, now that she's looking to reunite with Michel, I'm wondering if we're Michel. Actually, and we just don't remember that we're Michel. You know now who you are, do you not? You remember everything now, do you not? You are present in every single era. The reason for which I described in the previous tale, because you yearned to be reunited with someone, but that person never showed up in any era. And poor sweet you have no memory of any of that. Lived those lives with other men. Is it any surprise misfortune befalls these errors too, then? The door swung closed, but rather than outside, you and the maid were inside the dull, monochrome room at the top of the observation tower. The awe-inspiring ray of light shone not through the lone window high through the stone wall. Wrapped in a curious impenetrable darkness, you stood alone in the room. The maid wore a gentle but brutally cold smile. She looked straight at you. It is not your fault misfortune befell you. The only force to blame for that is fate. You were always so kind, so pure of heart. You had boundless trust for others and the goodness of a people. You were the very image of all that is right. That maid looks suspicious. Yeah, she kind of does. You were the very image of all that is right. There is no greater misfortune than someone as pure and beautiful as you, being mercilessly thrown into the grinding gears of tragedy, again and again. I still pity you for everything you had to go through. You poor, poor soul. You must be utterly exhausted. Constantly betrayed the men you were waiting for never appearing. After so long, your spirit wore down to the bone. You lost any and all awareness of who you were even. Who were you hoping to find wandering in the illusory mansion, cut off from the real world? You and I are the only ones here. The man you seek is nowhere to be found. Have you still not figured it out? Then allow me to tell you everything. I am the cursed witch Morgana who haunts this mansion? She's the curse? She's Morgana? And you are the tragic plaything of fate, a white-haired girl named Giselle. Did my calling you master confuse you? If so, then I apologize. My habit of calling the master or mistress of the house master is quite deeply ingrained. Ow! Why are you bonking me? What did I do? And yes, that means precisely what you think it does. That I've accepted you as my new master. That I wish for you to remain here. To stay with me. Maid looks very suspicious. Yeppers! To stay with me. So let us put an end to this journey. Do not worry, there is nothing to fear. We are simply going to step outside the river of time. The river... Hold on, I want to save. Nothing unpleasant will ever happen to you again. I will be here with you for all eternity, and I will give you my utmost care. For you will not have to wait for anyone. Forget about him, the man you once sought. I'm confused. Huh. I am sure you shall find happiness. Please, do it for me. I don't think she is the witch. I don't think so. I've been waiting for so very long. Well, she's like has some, I don't know. I mean, we don't know what the witch looks like, so I've been wanting nothing more than to see you again. But you were continually stolen from me, despite my sincerest desires to spend my days with you. Which is why I wanted you to recall everything. For surely you would have not willingly repeat the same fate if you knew of all the pain it had caused you to suffer thus far. Spend eternity with me, in the gentle embrace of darkness. The maid extended her hand for you. Her fingers brushing up against yours were as cold as ever. But her breath tickled your skin pleasantly, and her sweet words rang in your ears, filling you with warmth. Ads in 3 minutes. Okay, thanks, Snake. You thought back on your time with her in the mansion. She had indeed always treated you with great compassion, and nothing she had said seemed to be a lie. The real witch was the maid all along? I think so. I don't know. I have a feeling she's not the witch. Still. I don't think she switched. Also, the name didn't change. I feel like the name would change on her thing, saying, oh, Morgana. Because it just says maid. So I'm like, I don't know. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't. I'm not sure. And so you pondered. What were you to do? Oh. Probably right. Wait, there's a choice? Oh. Okay, hold on. I kind of don't want to accept it. There's still more to be done. Should we just should I just try it all and see kind of trial and error? But my gut says I feel like there's still more to be done. I'm gonna go with that. Let's see what this does. Something seemed off. Not only with the story she just told, with her, and with you, yourself. Assuming everything she said was the truth. Witch or not, my mind is made up. Which will strike you first. Good thing I saved, because I don't know if that's the right thing, but that's my gut feeling says. Which will strike you first, I wonder, regret or the curse? You seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale. The witch is real, very much so. It's not a legend nor a fairy tale. The witch is me. That's right. Wasn't the white-haired girl who had claimed to be the witch. Oh, so the story's changing up now. Ah, and that wasn't all. The man in the painting we talked to. Or do you mean to reclaim your old self no matter the cost? If you do, if you're sincerely prepared to do that, then be wary of the tale that comes next. Dun dun dun! Any tragedy that seems too beautiful to be real is precisely that. A fabrication. I mean, in the backlog it said this is a lie. So I believe that story that we saw Michel and Giselle was wrong. It was false memories. Because it said in the backlogs this is just like a puppet show. None of your questions had been answered. You still didn't know who the painting was, or what had taken place so long ago that caused the mansion to summon people to it. You didn't even know who you were, for that matter. There is still more to be done. You had to find the truth. You needed to find someone. That much was certain. But was the story the maid had told correct about whom? And if it was, man, this music's so good. The build-up. The realization. What about her? What about the woman whose name you couldn't say? That woman who had cheerfully called you master. We agreed that we'd live together, not just in the same house, so we've got plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope... I need some water. And I hope you can make your own list about me too. This is just the beginning after all. We've got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? You must say her name. You must take her hand. You must make her smile once again. You mustn't reclaim your old self. What? Ew. Ew, I hate that sound. It's dark. Dark. Did we actually go the right route or not? If those choices do matter. It's dark again. It's dark. 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 Constantly. Constantly engulfed in darkness. You threw it away every single time. I must break out of this darkness. I'll give you a word that's not cruelty. I must escape and take her hand. Because... Okay, so this red writing we're seeing... This is Morgana doing this. She's talking here. Oh, I've got a wonderful idea. I'll give you a word that's not cruelty. You can curse them with me. I must return. I must reclaim. I can think of new ways to torture them. We'll all be happier if you stay here. Just think about it. Stay here in this world. You'll be right at home. No, I did the best I could for you, nothing more. This is not where I belong. No matter how much of a world of darkness may suit you, you'll never be able to do it. I must reclaim my true self. Reclaim yourself. This is brilliant. Do you have any idea how terrible decision that is? You have an idea why I fabricated this story? Because it was a lie! The witch is manipulating us. It was all for you. So stay here. Stay right where you are. The darkness suits you better. Claim yourself. Sneaky witch. Remember what someone told you not too long ago? That you could handle the stories because they weren't your own. You were able to bear the tragedies because they happened to others. If they had been your suffering... Oh, hell. If the secrets you had kept buried away for so long had come out... I wish this sound would stop, like, being in my ear! Couldn't possibly have endured it. Come on! Come on! But you're a sharp one. I'm sure you intended to keep those secrets tucked away forever. Do you really think I'm going to let you do that, though? Whatever you try to hide, I'll make sure your beloved hears every last detail. Is this just like an endless loop? How foolish can you be? Despite all my encouragement, you still insist on getting your old self back. So is it a good or bad thing we're doing this, is what I want to know. What do you have to gain from that? Nothing but filthy, ugly tragedy awaits you on down this path. I mean, all stories have been tragedy. Don't get your hopes up, my dear. There's nothing for you there. You have nothing. I'm offering you a place by my side. You should just take it. There is no salvation for you anywhere. Feels like a flesh being ripped to pieces. Yeah. There's no salvation for you anywhere. None at all. Anywhere from anyone ever. She has long since lost all grip on reality. And you think there's anything you can do for her now? Despite having repeatedly failed to regain yourself. We're gonna regain ourselves! Well, I suppose if you're going to be stubborn, as much as I don't want to, I have to place a curse on your soul. That's right. The white-haired girl was never at the mansion? Wait, what? What? It's someone else. There's still a story left untold. What? The fourth door was all a lie. The fourth door was a lie? I mean, what did say it was a lie? What do you mean? It was not some sweet little tragedy. Man, that guy, that part just gave me chills. What the? It was not some sweet little tragedy. The story you told was pure fantasy. No, that was the truth. That was all where it began. Because of what happened then, you spent innumerable years lost until you showed up here and... Whoa! Look at the maid's face! What? You reached out, grasping for it. You pull yourself in. Your silhouette, which had been hazy until it began to take form. Your mind, your consciousness, your heart, your soul, and your body. Who are you? The veil in your mind dissipates. A crack forms in the shell encasing you, then another. The invisible shackles chaining your spirit falls to the ground. Floor. Reality fades in atop the indistinct, foggy world around you. Bony fingers appear before your eyes. Long hair. Your voice. No. My voice. My body. My fingers. My arms are frail, my joints weak. But despite my resemblance to the white-haired girl, I am not her. Hit that maid with a skull, ironically a banger twist. I'm not her. This... My god! This isn't who I am. I have finally reclaimed myself. You weren't waiting for the white-haired girl. You're waiting for me. That's exactly why I came here. What? I have no idea what you were talking about. I have always been waiting for the white-haired... There was never a white-haired girl. There was only... This time. This time I must say her name. She is... Giselle. There was only you. Giselle? So this is truly Giselle. I am... Giselle? No. No, I'm not Giselle. I'm a servant of the house. Hello. Oh, hi, baby. How you doing? I'm really engrossed in this right now. I'm the witch. The cause. You are not a witch. The witch is someone else. Why do you insist that you're the witch? See, I knew it. She wasn't the witch. Why? What changed you so much? So now we're seeing what she... So that's Giselle. And she's the maid. The shadowy figure in the master bedroom, that was her. A glimpse into her past. I'm sure this is Giselle, but why is she so different? What happened to the spark she used to have? Oh, hi, Blakes. I'm doing good. Well, you missed a lot. Basically, the story we were playing was the first chapter behind door 4 or 5, I think, was a false story. It was wrong. It was a fabrication. And it turns out the girl we were really seeing was her. So, and we're gaining back our identity now. Yeah, a lot happened. Where did the light she... But how are you doing, Blake? I hope you're doing well. Where did she light? Where did the light she once shone upon the world go? I have to remember. I must remember. This cannot end until I have. This is no longer a story. I want to turn it. I don't know if you guys can hear the music. This is no longer a story now. No, what I need to is face my past. And her heart. She was not even present in the story she made up. Everything about it has been changed. The past I lived in, the wounds she bore, were more grounded into harsh reality, not wrapped in a film of fairy tale magic. That was the final tale, and it was all true. That's how it happened. It was a bittersweet story. No. How can you not see this? Yes, it was a beautiful tragedy. But was there even a scrap of humanity in it? Behind the 3 preceding doors, there's been a constant thread of ugliness and conflicting motivations. There was hardly a trace of that behind the 4th door. The characters felt like nothing more than characters. Is that what you want them to turn into? Is that what you want our history to become? Our history? So she doesn't remember. But I don't remember anything at all. You don't remember anything? No. Man, the expressions on these characters are drunk. Man, so good. No, I don't want to. I don't need a past or a future. All I have left inside me is uncertainty. Just... No. That's not my name. Please stop trying to confuse me. I'm fine with things the way they are. If it means I don't want to hurt, that's all I want. So please, just let me keep being the maid. Let me keep being a guide, not some foolish girl. Is that all she honestly desires? Does she want to cast aside her past for good? If so, then... I won't force her. Not remembering isn't an option. Okay. I think... not remembering isn't an option. No. You have to remember. No matter what she says, I know I'm right. And if she doesn't reclaim her old self, I'll never get to hear her say my name again. I know I'm being selfish here, but I can't do that. I mean, just the expressions on her face. I'm like, whoa, the expressions were right. If you're afraid of you, my fine, we can remember together. So, I haven't gotten everything back myself. So let's open the real door. Together. There are no other doors to open. But there is. Only one that can only open by our hands because it exists between the two of us. Not a door with physical form, but the door to your heart. The door to... I grasped her unnaturally cold hand. A hand that long ago once had warmth. If she can't lead the way, then I have to. I must pick up the pieces of our erased history so we can both reclaim ourselves. Find the actual truth. No matter what we may uncover, I will not let go of this hand. No, I mustn't let go of this. I'm in, like, holy crap. Darkness falls around over the world around us. The floor upon which we have been standing flickers. Flickers out of existence, sending us dropping into an endless abyss. This dark pit. This is her door. Her history. Our heart. Let's try this one more time. It's not a sweet story by any means. It's a story of betrayal, anger, hatred. We caused each other's pain, but that's the road we traveled. And down that road lies all the answers. Taking the first step toward uncovering the truth. The 4th door. So we're going to the real 4th door. Oh, the 5th door. $10,099. Oh my god, I'm just like getting chills from this. Been several days since I left the capital. And I could see it when I closed my eyes. The people lined up on the Grand Pont. Pont? Awaiting entry, eager to start a new life there, brimming with hope. It was a city... If it was a city people were willing to pay high taxes to live in. A performer, you could get some of those costs shaved down a bit by putting those skills to use. The capital was harsh on those who wanted in, apathetic above all who left. It was composed of a powerful nobility and clergy, wealthy merchants and bankers, and a large population of poor. Oh, it's a bridge. Oh. Okay. Oh, thank you, Mr. Faulkner, because I had no idea what that was. It was composed of a powerful nobility and clergy, wealthy merchants and bankers, and a large population of poor. And it was the city I had called home for a long time. I didn't know much about where I was headed. It's getting foggy. Giselle. Looks like it might rain. Oh. Man, I love this music. Maybe we should take a little break. You want to keep going? Oh, alright then. The coachman was frustratingly turrent. Turrent? What does that mean? I don't know some of these words. He acted as though he had gotten stuck transporting as a prisoner. And though that was hardly a stretch. From his point of view, I was nothing more than a criminal. Even the times he would acknowledge I said anything, he made no effort to hide the scorn in his eyes. To pretend he didn't even regret ever taking his job. And I would just fall silent again. The road was gradually okay. Quiet. I'm learning new words. The road was gradually getting narrow. And you pronounce the C like an S? Oh. Taxi-turn. Like Tassie? Taciturn. Right? Taciturn. I don't know why I said taxi. Tassie. I can't spell today. Taciturn. Oh, no worries. I don't even know how to say these words properly, so I don't even know what they mean. We had long ever since the paved roads behind, and we now traveling along a couple of worn-down grooves in the forest. How did I end up here? Why was I being subjected to this? I was done thinking about it. The more I thought on it, the less fair it seemed. The more I remembered, the worse it hurt. All I could do anymore was close my eyes and weather the storm. Deep within the dense woods, a mansion appeared before us, like the world fading into a view after a dream. It didn't seem to be an especially large house, but it had obviously been constructed with a great deal of care, and it was thankfully not standing in ruins. It was deep in the forest. The carriage came to a stop, and the coachman climbed down, signaling with his chin for me to get out. Thank you very much. You must be tired of such a long journey. I need to listen to the soundtrack for this game. It's pretty. Yeah, it really is pretty. I think I'm gonna listen to it too afterwards. This is the mansion I'm looking for, yes? But the driver didn't even acknowledge me, getting back onto the carriage and setting off into the forest. He seemed to want to get as far away from here as quickly as possible. He could have said something. Oh well. That was all I could say anyway. Oh well. I couldn't blame anyone for my being here, or his wanting to get out. Is this Earth or a fantasy world? It's never really said if this is Earth or a fantasy world. I mean, I think it's just, yeah, it's very much of a fantasy story. But yeah. It's never really said if, like, oh, we're on a planet or something. Should get going, I guess. Okay, understood. Yeah, I think it's definitely more of, like, kind of like a fantasy world. But very well done story. Getting a better look, because some of the things that are, like, happening are like, whoa. Getting a better look at it. The house's windows are strangely enough all shuttered. It's probably dark as pitch inside. Does no one live here? If that's the case, then why was I... My cat is watching this stream now. Oh, really? That's cool. I placed my hand on the front door. Such a big door. What if I couldn't get it? I have no idea what else was in the area. If the door didn't open, then I would die out here in the forest. That's so cute that your cat is watching. I come to accept much, but I'm not ready to forfeit my life yet. Please open. It's not locked, I guess. Okay, so this is different from when we weren't the white-haired girl, but... The door was heavy, and that seemed to protest my attempts to enter was still opened much easier than I expected. Over nothing. I was already over nothing. Looking in, I got the strangest impression that light was being swallowed up into the mansion's depths. Rather than going inside, it felt as though I was about to step outside the boundaries of this world. When I closed the door, it was so dark I couldn't even tell where I was walking. I wonder if the window's open. Though I managed to fumble my way over to the window, it was tightly shuttered and the shutters caked with rust. Though I managed to fumble my way over to a window, it was tightly shuttered. I was probably not getting it open without a fight. Darn, not a hint of light. I couldn't even see my hand waving in front of my face. I felt as though the floor would fall out from under me, and I would sink into eternal darkness if I didn't watch my step. Fighting back that fear, I slowly walked forward, tracing the wall with my hand. There was a door at the end of a long corridor. I pulled it open, and a wisp of bone-chilling air brushed past me. Okay, you know, I love this story. Like, the description, the words they use, the music, everything is just so good. It was too dark to see anything, but I could feel something different present in this area than the rest of the house. Uneasiness gripped me. Hello? Is anyone there? Please don't tell me it's actually abandoned. I suppose I can't know without looking around a bit more. My voice simply disappeared into the void. No response. As I pushed forward through the freezing air, for a split second, I spotted a shimmer of light. Squinting my eyes, I was able to make out a large window. Unlike the others, it wasn't shuttered. What do we have here? Drapes? See a little light beyond. My chances are slim, I imagine, but if there was a slight possibility of getting some light in here, it was worth a shot. So I pulled open the drapes. Oh. It's so pretty. Next moment, faint but colorful light shone down on me. It was a stained glass window. From beyond the glass, I could hear the subtle pitter-patter of rain. If I had finally started, it seemed. The different colors of light blended into a milky white, dim but wondrous. It's so pretty. It's like an angel. Why would someone cover this up? It's beautiful. With a little more light, it'd be... Please do not touch the drapes. And this is Michelle again, right? Or the windows. Suddenly I heard a voice, and I could sense someone in the room. The man's voice was emotionless, neither deep nor high. Before long, he came into view, illuminated by dull orange candlelight. There's Michelle. I'm sorry for coming in uninvited, but I did announce myself. The man stood there, practically blending in with the darkness. Had he been there the whole time? He was staring straight at me. His gaze wavered slightly, but not enough for me to read anything into it. Then again, I could hardly make out any detail at all, under the light of a single candle. Is this, your mansion? It is. Thank goodness. I was afraid it was deserted. I suspect you would have preferred it if the house were abandoned. Oh, not at all. I would be scared to death staying in this dark mansion all by myself. Yes, Michelle, yeah! I'm sorry. Well, thanks to the hydrate and stretch. Thanks for the head pads. Sorry, no ill will intended. But I do think it could be done with some light. Do some light. Jeez, I can't even words today. My God. The way you could see where you walk. I'm sure this worm would look splendid illuminated. Not necessary. I make do perfectly well as things are. How can you see when it's so dark? I have an abundance of candles and oil for lamps. I can't word good most days. I have an abundance of candles. I am not into wanting a means of creating light. It is not your place to criticize my lifestyle. If you need light, you are free to leave. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. There's a village not far from here. Trade it for food, then make your way to a larger town. Visual novels would be a good way to practice reading aloud. True. I am not able to freely return to the city. Excuse me. I cannot go back there. Please, don't chase me out. It's kind of like reading like lines for like characters in a play, I would say. Kind of. I see. And do you ask this of me, aware of how people refer... Actually, I think my mouse helps me better. Refer to this mansion. Exactly like that. Nothing big, but little Umi here actually was in a play a long time ago. Nothing big, but I had a lot of fun. But as a wee mermaid... They say that a witch lives here. Oh yeah? Yeah, I was, actually. Nothing big, but I had a lot of fun with it. I was more of a choir person, myself. Singing was fun, but I haven't sung for quite a long time. Say that a witch lives here. Not merely a witch. My brother and sister were in an acting troupe. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. That must have been fun. Curse Witch. I do love watching plays. Plays are a lot of fun to watch. You remain here. I love musicals. Oh, I love musicals. If you remain here, you too shall unlikely suffer your own destruction. You're worried for my well-being? Witch or not, my mind is made up. I was sent to this cursed witch mansion to atone for my transgressions back in the city. It didn't matter what lived here, I had no choice. So let me get this straight. So the villagers are like, hey, you did something bad, so we're gonna send you to this mansion where this, like, supposedly there's a curse. Huh. Interesting. Plays are a lot of fun. Stage acting is very different to film. True. I mean, let's see, what have I watched? Music Man, Crazy for You. What else? Anything Goes. I watched someone do a SpongeBob musical. Banished in the Mansion. Well, yeah, pretty much. Which will strike you first? I wonder, regret or the curse? You seem to be doing just fine. You guys ever watch plays? Because I love plays. Seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale. I love going to like in-person plays are so much fun. Not just like watching them on like a DVD or something. Or like through other means. which is real very much. There's not a legend nor a fairy tale. I want to see Don Quixote live or Faust. Ooh, nice. I want to see. I wouldn't mind seeing like some Irish music again. Like they're called like a group I think called Riverdance. Love that. The Witch. Actually, what kind of like made me listen to Irish music again actually was the Sinners movie I just like watched not too long ago. I don't know if you guys seen that movie, but it's really, really good. I probably talked about this another time, but I just love that movie so much. I can't stop listening to the music. Witch's name was Morgana. It's me. Yes. That was our first encounter. It was nothing flowery or dramatic. It was rather laced with suspicion and weariness. Well, I mean, makes sense. We knew nothing about one another, and I had no interest in changing that. But nonetheless, that was where it all began, where my history with her commenced. We're seeing Giselle now. The woman had jade eyes. Open wide, they glimmered like jewels in the light, shining through the stained glass. Is there a way to like... Oh, look at it. Now you can see her whole like design. Look at that. Her outfit's so cute. Open wide, they glimmered like jewels in the light, shining through the stained glass window. She seemed to be at a loss for words. I wasn't lying per se. The rumor said a witch lived in this house, and I was the only one who filled that criteria. Thus, said rumors could be interpreted to be talking about me. After staring at me dumbfounded for a few moments, the woman suddenly burst into laughing. Oh, wow. Here I was thinking you're kind of scary, and it turns out you're actually quite funny. What? I never would have guessed you were someone to tell us such a ridiculous joke with a straight face. Her eyes are really pretty. I wasn't. You don't look like at all a witch. I mean, it's dark and I can't really see. But you seem like a rather handsome man. I would like to see plays, but that involves traveling to bigger cities. Yeah, true. The word witch. The word witch has broader meaning than just a woman who practices magic. Any unholy person with cursed powers, man or woman, could be considered a witch. I think I get what you're trying to say, but my mental image of a witch is definitely more a woman. So you're not a witch. Oh, her smile is so precious. To tell you the truth, I didn't know who might be here, which had me rather scared. But I think I can make this work. What do you... It's a pleasure to meet you, Master. Wait, she just said what the... Like, well, I know the maid's Giselle. It's like, Master. Master? I was sent here from your old home. Oh, so she was... Oh. This is not the Giselle I've grown used to. You mean the white-haired girl version of herself, which is a false story? I was sent here from your old house. I was an Abigail for your mother. Okay, I'm trying to remember. I know the word, but I can't remember what Abigail means. Isn't that's a maid, isn't it? Or something? But, like, I watched it in, like, an old, like, show. And I might have, or, like, watched something and they said that term. The white-haired maiden? Yes. But, well, I might have made a little goof. I froze the moment that word left her mouth. Oh. It rattled around in my skull, shaking up terrible memories that almost brought me to my knees. Why, after all these years, were they reaching out to me? And not even sending someone to bring me back, just sending someone. To what end? For what purpose have they shipped an Abigail out to this remote mansion? What was my mother thinking? Was this all another one of her attempts to break my curse? What do you mean you made a little goof? My voice came out weak. I did my best not to let it show on my face. It was a teeny tiny mistake. Nothing you need to concern yourself with. What did Mother say about me? Well, it was actually your father who told me to come here. I never really spoke to your mother much. Father sent you? That made even less sense. Why would he have... Did Father even know I was here? No, if he had known, I would have been... Who was this woman? And what was her goal in asking to stay here? Well, there you have it. I've been here. I'll be here for a while. If you ever need me for anything, do not hesitate to ask. I'm confident I can handle most everyday tasks. Now, where should I begin? Oh, I know. Are you hungry, Master? Food. I can't imagine you eat much being as skinny as you are. I turned my back on her without responding. No matter what her goal was, she'd been sent from that house. There was no way anything good could come of that. There was no way I could live with someone who had ties to them. I prayed she would take the hint, give up, and leave. Master? And so I kept ignoring her. Master? Master! I ignored... Master! I ignored her. Master? What would you like for supper? Nothing. But failed, spinning back and shouting. Her eyes went wide, and she gave me a sheepish giggle. I glared at her as she fidgeted uncomfortably. Eating is one of the most basic human needs, so if you're hungry, you should really eat. I said I didn't want... Someone's hungry! What was that sound? Must you ask? That's not a very polite thing to ask a lady, you know. Huh? You know, it was a long trip, and all I had to eat on the road was dried fruit. I felt like I was some kind of animal. So, what I'm trying to say is that I'm hungry. That wasn't the sound of her stomach growling, was it? I thought lightning had struck in the distance. Michelle! I thought lightning had struck in the distance? My God. Would you like some supper? Would you like some supper? Whoops, wrong person. That kitchen is at the far end of the hall on the first floor. There's food in the cellar. Help yourself to any of it. Thank you so much. I honestly felt like I haven't eaten in days and I'm about to die of starvation. Oh, and I shouldn't need any help finding it. Excuse me, I plan on exploring the house anyway. It's rather exciting, being in a new place. Damn it. That did not go as planned. Oh well. She can do as she pleases. I have nothing to do with it. Oh, Master, are you sure you don't? No. Master! Master! What is it now? My name is Giselle. It's a pleasure to meet you. And your name, Master... Oh, Master, you... I actually left the room this time, making my way back to my chamber. At some point, I would seriously have to chase her out, especially considering she had come from that house. But regardless, I was not terribly fond of her. I didn't really understand Michelle. But that was probably because we were still essentially strangers. Having been sent to the mansion as reparation for my mistakes, I wasn't sure who I might find there. But I was tentatively convinced he wasn't a terrible person. He didn't do anything to me, except stay away. Michel spent most of his time in his chambers, which he had never told me to never enter under any circumstances, so we rarely encountered one another in the halls. For that reason, I made an effort to be kind and cheerful on the sporadic occasions we did cross paths. I figured if I kept that up long enough, he would eventually warm up to me. And as new housemates, being able to enjoy our time together was obviously preferable to the alternative. If I did manage to break the ice, I hope we'd be able to do some talking about the mansion, about him and about me. I just had to keep working on it. Michel didn't need me to take care of him. He handled his own day-to-day needs and activities by himself, and in fact, he didn't ask me for anything. An aristocrat who had no use for his servant. I hadn't met anyone like him before. I mean, he sounds very introverted. Which, I mean, I guess if you haven't really talked to anyone in years. Yeah, 2 hobos squatting in a cursed mansion. Lamau. Well, I believe with Michel's story, his family sent him there because I guess they saw him as a witch or cursed. And then Giselle made a mistake, so they sent her to be with Michel. Because she really didn't see what her teeny tiny mistake was, but I don't know. He's an aristocrat, it seems. So his family has money. I haven't met anyone like him before. All right, that mean. Can I live in a cursed mansion? That mean about all I could do is clean. Hey, maybe it's cheaper to pay for if you have to pay rent. I wasn't sure how his room looked, but the rest of the house was quite frankly an absolute disaster. The dust was so heavy. It was obvious it hadn't been touched in years. Let's get started. Can't be healthy to leave in these conditions, so I set out to clean each room and house one by one. That said, it wasn't going to be an easy task. Not because I was bad at cleaning. In fact, living in a cursed mansion would be fun, right? You wouldn't have to pay anything, baby. I convinced myself quite good at it. But because it was near impossible to find all the dust and grime that needed cleaning under the flickering light of a candle, perhaps, I can't understand how anyone sane can live in this dark. What's wrong with him? Maybe he's actually a vampire. Oh, God. Wouldn't that be something? I can see it now. Him sneaking out every night just like the blood of pretty girls. Priceless! That means I'm in trouble. Look at me, Miss One-Woman Comedy Show here, yep. If I'm able to get him to warm up to me, though, maybe that'll give me a little more room to make some changes. Like opening some windows. No light and no fresh air. No thank you. Anyway, I set the candlestick down, pulled over a chair to stand on, and started wiping down the shelf. The chair's legs seemed to be uneven as it wobbled slightly beneath me. Living in a cursed mansion would be a good way to keep people away. It worked when my parents owned a murdered house. Really? Oh wow. It's like, I want to be alone, so we're gonna go live in a cursed place or a murder house. It's like, yeah, we'll stay away from that. Yeah, keep the superstitious people away. It seemed to be uneven as it wobbled slightly beneath me. So many books. I'd be down for a Wuthering Heights situation, but only if it could be Lockwood. Oh yeah? How many books, I wonder? They all belonged to him. I knew parchment was expensive, so it was rather astonishing seeing that many stacks of it in one place. There was even some books with bulky, extravagantly decorated covers. He does come from an esteemed family. I spent enough time at his family home. It was a constant bustle of servants and guests. The exact opposite what this mansion was like. Why had he left his home? What he had done to be sent all the way over here to this remote mansion with a less than savory reputation. I need to be careful not to overstep my bounds. I'm a servant now. A servant. But once the thought had crossed my mind, I couldn't get it out. I always had a bad tendency to chase my curiosities as soon as they struck, pushing to scratch the itch no matter how much my actions annoyed others. I couldn't do that here, though. I was simply a servant. If I got on Michel's bad side, I risked getting thrown out. I wonder what kind of books he's got in here. So I attempted to distract myself. I grabbed one of the books and attempted to pull it out. What? But the strings binding the parchment must have gotten tangled at the back. Whoa! Because the books on either side tilted back with it. Ah! And then the entire row came crashing down on top of me. Ow! Ow! Oh, for cripe's sake. I had fallen off the chair and a downpour of books was still coming down on me. A mountain dust with it. Ouch. Yeah, that would be ouch. Downpour of books is still coming down? Oh my god! Jeez, how is it stuck to all those books? Mountain dust with it. Seriously? What are you doing? What? Suddenly Michel was there, looking down on me from a little ways away. There was an unusual, not much I could read from his expression, but I could hear a vague trace of exasperation in his voice. I was doing some cleaning and... Impressive work. I'm actually better than this. It's just so dark. Mistakes should be expected. I really think we should open some windows, Master. Get some light, some air flowing through here. I never asked you to clean anything. You did this entirely yourself. But there's so much dust. This can't be good for you. I am perfectly healthy. I don't see the problem. Had he ever seen himself? No way someone that skinny was perfectly healthy. You look like you have something to say. You can make out my face in the darkness? Oh, you know. These two have real Beauty and Beast thing going on. Oh, you're right. Yeah, it is like Beauty and the Beast. Man, I love that movie. Oh, you know, I wanted to be useful in cleaning is all I can do here. So, you know, I was sensing something else, but alright. He let out a sigh, stepped over the pile of books, and then reached his hand down for me. I suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment about the fact that I was splayed out on the floor. But I raised my hand up to take his, only for him to pick up a book and said, "Oh, you could have at least helped me up." You have legs. Wow. Well, I mean, she should be a strong, independent woman, right? She can get up. Sid casually returning the book to the top shelf. I thought he was gonna he's kind of playing with her. I feel like he's just like grabbing a book and it's like, oh, you think he's gonna help you, but no. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he was a terrible person. The enemies to lovers are strong in this one, right? I love Michel even more. Yeah, I like Michel and Giselle's interaction. Oh look, she has a candle now. The Master, are all these books yours? Giselle asked, not a trace of remorse. So I love how we're switching back and forth from different perspectives. Not a trace of remorse visible on her face despite having made a mess of the room she's supposedly trying to clean. I gave her a curt nod. Really? That's impressive. Must have been hard work getting all of them in here, huh? There's gotta be 100 books here. You could fill a whole carriage at least. It's like you got your own personal library. Yeah, definitely like Beauty and the Beast thing going on. She had only been pouting only a few months earlier, but her smile was back in short order. Her jade eyes were like little balls of curiosity, glittering in the faint candlelight. I was not particularly fond of overly expressive, rather overly curious women. Did they not care that they had trampled uninvited into other people's personal spaces? Or were they not even aware that their actions were invasive? I averted my gaze from hers. I received one roughly every month. He's such a grump. Yeah, Michel is a grumpy man. Grumpy Michel. Ah, I see. Wait. She turned back toward the shelves. She presumed she understood the implications of what I just said. Of the fact that there were nearly 100 tomes here and I received only one a month. He's a pretty grumpy man, yeah. Huh. Giselle fell silent. fell silent. I couldn't blame her if she thought my circumstances or my family or my life bizarre. But I didn't care what she thought of me. In fact, it was to my advantage for her to be uncomfortable. I just needed her to stay quiet and keep her nose out of my business. There's more than I thought. I said not to her, but to myself. I had no reason to count the passage of time anymore. Only the books served as a record of how long I've been here. 121? What? There's 121 books. 10 years and 1 month. Yep. You were counting? I thought she'd just sheepishly gone quiet. What an inscrutable woman. You've been here in the mansion for that long? Only 10 years, that's not that long. By yourself? I mean, being by yourself for 10 years, though. I mean, that's a long time. The truth was, there have been times when I wasn't alone. But Giselle had no need to know that. You already know the answer. A look of pity formed in Giselle's eyes. Enough. I never asked for her sympathy. I'm here by choice. You mean you weren't banished here? No restraint, this woman. No. I came here of my own volition. I didn't care enough to elaborate, though. Peeking through another book about the floor, I brushed the dust off its cover. It was a gaudily decorated tome. It's a very fancy book, isn't it? But apparently Giselle was unable to take a hint. What's it about? I let her sign open to no page in particulars, sticking the book out toward her. She was a servant, and a woman. There was no way she could read. Let's see here. This land is hardly suitable for any cultivation. It can only produce overshowered grapes. I would probably get more out of it if I tore down the fields and made it into a market. Sounds like a lord's diary. You can read? I was caught slightly off guard. It was rare for a noblewoman to be able to read and write, let alone a servant. Was she truly what she claimed to be? I had someone to teach me. So, is this book any interesting? It's a dull, worthless tripe. I can't imagine why anyone thought it was worth binding. Tough crowd. It's not very often you get to see a lord's diary. I'm rather curious what kind of things he griped about. Lord or king, what value was there in another's grumbling? There was no knowledge contained within that book. Yeah, right, Michelle. Woman reading? Pfft, not in his watch. Yeah, I guess, like, he didn't expect that. Yes. Woman who can read? What? Just emotions and slightly scribbles. And there is nothing more exhausting in this world than being emotional. What's wrong with being emotional? If you want to read it, be my guest. That wasn't very my intention, but alright. Clearly she's... because she can read. Once I've got the whole mansion clean, I'll read it. I told you, you don't have to clean. We can read? Holy shit. Yeah, Marianne! We can read! Does that make us witches? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I've got an idea, Master. I've got an idea, Master. If you're interested, maybe we can read together. Did you hear a word I just said? It's a dull, worthless tripe. Still, you might see it differently if you read it with somebody else. Gasp! The audacity! And I'm sure there are some books here you would enjoy, Master. You're wasting your time. The suspicion and restraint budding between us was trite and insignificant at that point. She was still smiling after all. If I hadn't been able to maintain that distance, then perhaps I wouldn't have ended up hurting her. Ooh. The twist! It had been a little under 2 weeks since I moved in with Michelle. Though we lived in the same house, we rarely saw each other. You know, this kind of reminds me of how, like, when people, like, live in such a big place, yeah, like, kind of like the Secret Garden movie. Like, I don't know if you guys seen that one, but it was kind of the same thing, where it's, like, these two kids and, like, just the servants, really, and, like, the man in the house, like, wasn't really there, but, like, the kids were always separate. Like, it's just so vast, that place. And it was just, like, dark and cold and foggy all the time. Well, not all the time. There were some sunny days, but at the first point in that movie, there was just a bunch of fog. On unlucky days, I wouldn't see him at all. I wasn't sure if he ate in his room or his schedules were simply misaligned. We never had any meals together. Or like Flowers in the Attic. Flowers in the Attic. I don't think I've heard of that one, Mr. Faulkner. Which one is that? What's that about? Is that like a book? Or a movie? Perhaps he was deliberately avoiding me. That has to be it. Both? Oh. I know servant and master don't usually eat at the same table, but even so, could be a little less obvious about it. Am I really that much of a nuisance? I'm not doing anything inappropriate, am I? I'm being pleasant as usual. Don't read Flowers in the Attics. Oh, the 80s movie is safer? Oh, safer? Oh. To bail a family who returned to their mother's ancestral home and the children are forced to live in an attic away from their mother and grandmother. Oh. I'll have to write that down. Let's see. So... let's see. So that's... so Flowers in the Attic. Okay. There we go. I won't spoil it. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'm doing inappropriate, am I? I'm being pleasant and sociable, aren't I? I haven't given him any reason not to like me, I think. Secret Garden is a much nicer book and movie. Yes, I love the Secret Garden. Especially like I think it was the 90s version movie. Oh, I think it was like in 93, I think. I hope. He hadn't been very enthusiastic about my staying here. It had, oh shoot, I'm so bad with names, but I can remember, like, I do better with, like, voices, I guess, but names. She's, Professor McGonagall from Harry Potter. I don't remember her name, though. I'm really bad with names. I haven't been given a chance. Those old English farms were massive. Oh, yeah. Maggie Smith, yes, thank you, Marion. Yes, Maggie Smith. Yeah, she was in that one. She was in the Secret Garden. She's really good in her roles. I haven't been sitting here by his family. Besides, no, out with the negative thoughts. Gotta stay positive. Yeah, he hadn't tried to chase me out yet. I just haven't broken the ice. I had to stay positive, optimistic, happy thoughts, and be myself. As long as I keep working at it with enough time, Michel would surely come around and not be so distant. I've got a goal, so let's get to working. First, I make supper. Then I ask him to have it with me. You gotta be proactive when it comes to the reclusive types. Alright, here goes. Man, she's very, what is it? Like, what's the word I'm thinking? Very, like, I can't think of the word, but she's very, persistent. Very persistent with Michel. Oh, here we go. Well, we're almost out of supplies. Well, so much for that. The cellar was where non-perishable foods were stored. Tenacious. Yes. It is, you're right. It definitely is like a beast, like Beauty and the Beast, like, kind of thing. The reclusive types. Dried foods, smoked meats, cheeses, and small scattering of root vegetables. Looking at these make me feel like a soldier holding down a castle's fortifications. Had Michel really gone 10 years on nothing but this? The same thing over and over again? I would have raised the white flag a long time ago. He said he hadn't left the mansion in all those 10 years. I assumed he at least goes out to get his supplies. Running out of food is kind of a life or death matter. I can't believe he hasn't set foot outside even once in... What are you babbling on about? Oh no, he overheard me. I assumed you were talking to someone. Huh? Does anyone else live here, Master? I haven't seen anyone. Just the two of us. Alive, anyway. You mean there were ghosts? Something of the sort. Haha! There you go again with the jokes. I'm not a child. You're not going to trick me like that. There are adults who believe in such things. We shall learn how to hobo Master Michel Lamau. But I really don't believe in ghosts or demons or curses or any of that. The church just tries to convince people the real so they can squeeze more money out of them. Am I going to have to turn you over to the church, you blasphemer? Blasphemy! No. I pray every day, honest. I don't particularly care either way. I'm returning to my chambers. What? Already? You didn't, come down for food? I only came down because I heard voices. A moment, please, just wait a second. What? Our stores are almost empty. What do you normally do when you need more food? I'll happily accompany you on a trip to the market. Already? That was fast. There are two of us. I really don't eat that much, do I? God, this OST is beautiful, right? It is really pretty. I love this music. In the dim light, it was difficult to make out Michel's expression, but I could see a tinge of annoyance on his face. Hold your ground, Giselle. You said you wanted to get closer to him. Breaking through that shell of his. Come on, Michel, open up. Is that a parsnip? Michel was holding a tangled ball of roots. The reason I asked was because the parsnip looked like it was on the verge of total decomposition. See, there's still food. He then handed it to me. Wait, you want to eat that? It's because there's seen better days. You're going to get sick. Are you telling me you can survive on rotten vegetables? You don't see many visual novels with this kind of sound design, do you? No, I don't. This one is definitely one that's had a lot of love put into it. Like, I feel like I haven't ever seen this one. I feel like this one is very unique. Like the art, the music, like the story. Very rare, I think. I mean, all the visual novels I played, I quite enjoyed, but this one, man, so good. Of course, I won't eat it. I just figured you were hardy enough to survive. What do you think I am? No, he's definitely a jerk. Or that the resulting diarrhea might reduce your appetite. You're kidding, right? You can't be serious. Anyway, we should bury that outside. Then we can purchase fresh supplies. I told you I don't go outside. Then how do you... Huh? A visitor? Who could it be? Perfect timing. Your servant, make yourself useful and go retrieve the package. If it's not a delivery, but a wanderer, chase them off. What? Package? Master? Hold on a second. What are you talking about? He's gone. What kind of delivery is he expecting? Michel stood there, unmoving, veiled in shadow. He glanced over at me, then threw his gaze to the front door. At his command, I raised the bar, pulling open the door. You know, I saw actually, like, someone else play this port, like the very beginning of this game, and I got very, like, sucked in, and that's what kind of made me want to play, like, this game, because, like, oh, this game, like, House and Fata Morgana seemed very interesting. I was like, I want to watch the streamer play more, but I was like, no, I want to play it on my own, so no spoilers. So I was like, I don't want to know. After nearly 2 weeks inside, the light from the setting sun almost blinded me. The world went wide, my head pounding. After a few moments of intense blinking, my eyes acclimated themselves to the evening sunlight. A dilemma. There was no one outside. Only a crate easily large enough to fit a child. Is this the package, Master? I turned back to face Michel, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. Though it seemed like he was avoiding looking at the light than me. He's starting to seem more and more like a vampire. I mean, I don't know how Umi finds the game she plays, but it's been banger after banger. Well, I mean, I mainly just find them through, like, watching other streamers sometimes. Then I also, like, I don't know. I try to find... Yeah, I would say mainly I find it through other people playing them, actually. I mean, I have found things on my own, like 1-Bit Heart, which is really good. Because I was like, oh, this looks fun. And sometimes it's just like the art style or something that I see that I really love. It's starting to seem more and more like a vampire. Not that I believe in vampires, of course, but then he would call you blasphemer, right? Like, I find niche games, but you find really unique ones. Yeah, I mainly just find it through watching other people. Or, like, suggestions on Steam. It's like, oh, you know, you would like this game. Regardless, I pray there's nothing bad in here. Yeah, that's heavy. Master, could I get some help? Gee, thanks. I think everyone has their, like, own genre they just really look at, and they're like, oh, I find, like, you know, they're really unique games. I'm a servant, admittedly, but this is just a lot of one girl. A little help would sure be nice. She's an independent woman. She can do it, right? Once it's inside, close and bar the door. He said it dispassionately, his head turned towards the darkness. As you wish, Master. Once the door was shut, I found myself sucked back, back into the world of darkness. It hadn't even been 2 weeks, but the lack of light was beginning to become my normal. The outside world would grow farther and farther away. Being holed up in here is definitely not good for me. I should go for a walk sometimes. Maybe plant some flowers or vegetables. Yeah, I like that idea. Maybe I can grow that old tangle of roots into some fresh parsnip. What else do we have to plant? It'd be great if there were some flower seeds. What are you doing? Open the box now. As you wish, Master. As you wish. A random thing. I know that this is a different topic, but have you ever guys watched the Princess Bride movie? Because that's quite a fun movie to watch. And like the guy's just like, Wesley's just like, as you wish. And he's like tumbling down the like freaking hill. I'm like, oh my god. That must have hurt. Oh, there's food inside? In the box, there was a burlap sack filled with berries, root vegetables, and smoked meats, as well as an assortment of breads, fruits, and wines. Aside from the fruit and bread, everything else was the same as what Michel kept in the cellar. Oh, and buried beneath the burlap sack was a single book, 1 book a month. He really hadn't gone outside in 10 years. It appears that you begun to grasp the situation. Whoops, I don't know what I pressed there. Yeah, but why? This is delivered by someone from your house, Master, wasn't it? A servant, I assume. Why would they leave without saying anything? No one wants to talk to a cursed man. In the past, they would occasionally check in on me, but that hasn't happened recently. They think you're cursed. Ah, right, you don't believe in curses. Then come up with your own explanation. An excuse for them to want me to stay away from them. That For example, I killed someone, or maybe that I'm insane. Whoa! Whoa, look at Michel's face there. Why is he making that face? I couldn't... Regardless, I am not normal. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for 1 second, Michel. Bring the food down to the cellar. The book to the library. You are, of course, free to refuse and run back into the woods. I'll do it. All right. Then you take care of that. Hey. What is it? I just noticed something else in here. It's wrapped in cloth. What could it be? Oh, a painting. For you to hang up somewhere in the house, I presume. Oh, he didn't look like he liked that. It's so dark I can't see well, but I'm sure it's... Oh. I wonder what it's a painting of. Don't touch that. Oh! We got mad. What? Michel, who had kept his distance from me until that point, suddenly marched over and ripped the painting from my grasp. Master? His face was twisted in a look I'd never seen him make before. Was it indignation? Indignation? Disgust? Hatred? Panic? I couldn't tell, but there was more than enough negative pressure to cause me to flinch back. Is that painting perhaps something important? A landscape painting. He muttered under his breath, the tension melting away from his face. I was left looking at his usual blank and impenetrable expression, but his eyes were still fixated on the painting, staring at it unblinkingly. Why a landscape painting? Some kind of passive-aggressive message. It's not of anywhere nearby. Did they travel somewhere? Well, it's not of that girl, so that's an improvement. Master? Oh, you're still here. Still here? Of course I'm still here. Who do you think you asked to take care of that package? What's with you, just running over and snatching the painting from me? You scared me. Could you maybe explain yourself? What's so special about that painting? I don't believe that's any of your business. None of my... Of course it is. You ripped it out of my hands like I was some kind of thief. I have a right to know what that was all about. And maybe an apology while you're at it. You told me to open the box, so I did. Then all of a sudden you're angry. We are not equals. Do not mistake yourself for my friend. You have a right to know you have no such thing. You don't have to be so rude. I'll say it again. Leave if you don't like it here. I never asked for you to be here. That was your wish. My wish? Are you out of your mind? I never asked for this. I never wished for this. Who are you in your right mind when you want to be sent to some house in the middle of nowhere? Who would ever want to go through all that? No, calm down, Giselle. You can't get angry. You're right. This is what I wanted. But I never wanted to make you mad or for us to argue like this. I just wanted to get to know you better, to get closer to you. I mean, it would make things smoother for the both of us. It would make living together more enjoyable for us. Listen carefully. This is very important for you to understand. Do not try to involve yourself with me. Do not go probing around for information. And if you do can't do that, leave. I completely shut out. The glare he was giving me and the standoffish aura he was emanating was reflecting in his tone of voice. Why do you try to push me away like that? It seemed Giselle really didn't know much about me. Despite being sent here from my house, she was unaware of the monthly deliveries, as well as the reason why I lived in the mansion all by myself. Why, though? Would they have not told her anything? I just really want them to be happy. Yeah, me too. Why has she been sent here left completely in the dark? Giselle looked up at me, fear and bewilderment in her eyes, though I thought I could see a glint of suspicion beneath it all. Like her true feelings were bubbling to the surface. Everyone had darkness in them they kept hidden. No one knows exactly who they appear to be. She was undoubtedly thinking I'm not here because I want to be. I knew from the moment I first saw her, that bubbly, sweet effect was all a facade. Thanks for the head pats and the hydrate and stretch. Oh, I will redeem myself. Oh, Paimon. Wait, why did that? What the heck? Why did it do that? Emergency ration? I don't know why it loaded up like that, but whatever. She's just hanging out in front of my arm. She doesn't want to be in my arms for some reason. She's trying to escape. Emergency rations trying to escape from me. She was no different than anyone else. What I didn't understand, though, was why she had refused to leave no matter how hard I pushed. What was she hiding beneath that innocent-looking face? What was she thinking? What did she carry on her shoulders? Everyone is hiding something, deceiving those around them. I had to figure out who she really was. May I ask you something? Yes? On the day you arrived, you said you made a teeny tiny mistake while working in my family's house. Tell me about it. What did you do at the Bollinger estate? Bollinger. That moment, Bree thought it was, her disposition wavered. Fear. Terror? No, perhaps anger. I couldn't tell. Nonetheless, it was abundantly clear that this established had no interest in me breaching, as she had borne her fangs. The smile she donned now was visibly forced. It is nothing you need concern yourself with, Master. I promise it was an insignificant little thing. She couldn't say. Why couldn't she tell me? What had she done there? Oh god, am I Paimon plush? Yup. My buddy got it for me. Jeez. I really don't like Paimon, but I have her anyway because someone gifted it to me. Paimon. Ugh. I haven't played Genshin in forever. What did this woman know about the house? Oh. I just wish the protagonists in freaking Genshin could talk for themselves. What did this woman know about the house? What did she know about me? All I care about is Shangli. Shangli, that's all. What was concealed beneath that smile of hers? I am the master of this house, and you are a servant, and you still refuse to tell me. Like I said, it was nothing. There's no reason to bother you. But a mere servant's personal blunders, Master. What are you hiding? I am not hiding anything. Then you should be able to tell me exactly what you did at the Bollinger estate. Like I said, tell me. She's not ready to speak about it, man. Just stop asking her. Tell me. You won't tell me a thing about yourself, and yet you demand others tell you about themselves? Here you are, practically threatening me. Demanding I tell you something I don't want to talk about. And yet you still haven't told me anything about the painting. Oh, so I was right. You do have something to hide. Well, don't you both have something to hide? Like, why are you so demanding, Michelle? How many times must I repeat myself? We are not equals. I don't care if it's insignificant or something you don't want to talk about. What? I'm ordering you to tell me. To be fair, Giselle has been a little pushy herself. Well, true. But, I don't know. They're both kind of doing it to themselves. A trifling blunder would not get someone sent to a house with a cursed man and house spoken of so unfavorably. Whatever she had done at the Bollinger estate, that had something to do with why she was here. Grr. She had something to gain from this place, or possibly from me. And then, if that was the case, I had to get her to talk. Make me? Giselle's eyes were open wide. I recognized the look she was giving me. I knew very well what that gaze meant. You're an abomination. It's the same as them. Fear, contempt, revulsion, repulsion. The way she acted, the way she spoke, is exactly the same. You're no different. I made her uncomfortable. I made her afraid. She thought I was unpleasant. She thought I was despicable. She thought I was an abomination. In a frenzy, I grabbed her by the shoulders, clamping her down far more powerfully than I meant to. Stop! Honestly, neither of them should be pushy with one another. True. Her face, contorted in pain, morphed into someone else who was directing my anger at. Where was this rage being aimed? Who are you calling an abomination? What? Tell me, who? The black fervor bubbling up from within me knew no end. The girl, she ridiculed me. She denied my identity with her glare. I couldn't escape from that phantom, that reality. I never called you a... No, get away from me. Get your hands off me. Giselle's scream echoed in the entrance hall, rattling my eardrums. She frantically smacked my arms aside. She was standing a little ways away, breathing heavily, arms wrapped tight around her body, glowering at me, showing her opposition to my touching her. Enlightening. No. Just, you startled me, that's all. Some servant you are telling your master not to touch you. I am... right, I have, I'm allergic to people. It's a very, unique condition, I hear. I mean, can you believe that? See, you know how people get all red and itchy when they touch a dog or cat? It's that, except for people, So I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I beg your forgiveness. Why don't you speak your mind? What? This is what's going on through your mind right now. I have nothing to apologize for. No, that's not... I can somewhat sympathize with your plight, being made to apologize even though you're hurting. I raised my hand against you first, after all. So, Michel's traumatized from how his family's treated him. And then he thought Giselle called him an abomination. But she didn't. Now, forgive me? Sympathy does not equate to forgiveness. Now, you take care of that package. They're both traumatized. Yeah, seems like it. Heading back to my chambers. What is it? You're not going to make me leave after what I just did? No, I am not. For what it seemed, I could make you leave on your own. Whatever. Whenever I so please. Besides, I have yet to learn what she had done. It'd be exceedingly difficult to get a story from her own mouth, which left me with one option. To write a letter to my mother, as much as the very thought revolted me. Several days had passed since the package arrived. The end of my 3rd week living in the mansion was drawing near. Michel wasn't getting any friendlier either. He continued to either snub or bluntly dismiss me whenever we crossed paths. I didn't understand why he acted that way around me, but there was little point in asking when he seemed to think there was little point in talking to me at all. Although at first, I had been sure there was some way to get to him to warm up to me. The more I spent in this mansion, the more my willpower began to feel like it was at the breaking point. I could tell myself to stay positive until I was blue in the face, but it would only work for so long. The one pretty place in the whole house. I'm glad he hasn't covered it back up. Blue moonlight shone quietly through the stained glass window, vainly illuminating some of the room. I hadn't noticed until now, but the room with the stained glass window appeared to be modeled after a chapel. Rows of pews faced the window, below which sat what used to be a pulpit. There were very little left of it, and an awkward length of silver was mounted to the pulpit's front face. What was, I assume, formerly a cross. Oh. Upon further reflection, rather than facing the window, the pews seemed to be pointed at the pulpit, perhaps a cross hanging on it. I wasn't sure why there would be a chapel in a mansion, but I had no one to ask about it. For a house of this size, a statue of Christ or the Virgin Mary seems more appropriate. It's a very well-made chapel at any rate. I doubted Michel had built it for himself. There would be no reason for him to cover the window if that were the case. Nor had I ever seen him come to pray. Doesn't seem like the one to believe in God. I'm not even sure if God really existed, then surely the world would be a much more pleasant, peaceful place. No unfair disparities in money or power. No senseless misfortune. I certainly wouldn't have found myself here either. Oops, didn't mean to click on it. But God was evidently quite fond of giving mankind trials, so he would probably tell me with a straight face that this was one too. Or perhaps we simply had a false impression of him. Oh, did my lurk thing not work? Oh, my lurk. Well, thanks to the lurk, my lurk button's not working. Thanks for the look, Ryu! Why is that broken too? What the frick? I have to fix that too. Even though I think it worked last time. Weird. Nice to see you, Ryu. I hope you've been doing well. It's been a while. It wasn't his job to bring peace to the world and ensure our laws were fair. That was all mankind's responsibility. What is God? What are angels? I had no idea. Maybe the Bibles had answers. Why should I pray to someone so far away? How do I know my prayer is even getting there? But still, it's not like I have any other options. Don't you worry. Oh, birdies! It's all worked out. Promise. I know it has. I miss watching everyone play. Oh, yeah. Yeah, alright. Work has been busy. Oh, yeah? Oh, wow. I already know where I'm going to work. Well, it's definitely nice to see you. Birds! I'm going to work. It's a really prominent noble house, way out of reach. Hope you're okay. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I've been busy. Yeah, but I've been, there's gonna be I love birds. Actually, on a little, like, excitement, I have something I'm working on that I don't have a certain timeline when it'll be out yet, but maybe in summer, maybe? I don't know, maybe in like 2 or 3 months, maybe? We'll see. I'm hoping sooner. But, love the model. Why, thank you. One of my friends got it for me, which I was very thankful for. Just like a pre-made model, but I really love it. I made it like my hair color and everything. I love this. It's a really prominent noble house, way out of reach of small-time merchants like us. You never know, this could be my big break. Oh, I'm just kidding. Don't look so worried. I'll just be fine, honestly. I'll be make enough money for us to get back onto our feet. Oh, for goodness sakes, I can handle it. Leave everything to me. You just wait. I'll make our family into something you can be proud of. I'll be fine. Yeah, say bye to Mom for me. I probably won't be home for a while. What? You're afraid I'm going to make some careless mistake? I'm not that airheaded. I can be refined and an elegant young lady. Those nobles won't even know what to believe anymore. If you don't believe me, how about I give you a little taste? How are you doing this fine morning, master? Your morning beverage is ready, prepared with the utmost of care. See, how about that? Not bad, huh? What? Do you think I sounded forced? Well, I'm happy though, because I've been like drawing like my own thumbnails. Well, when I can. It's sometimes it's hard to make thumbnails for like my videos on YouTube. Like some I can make really quick and some I take longer on. But I've been drawing that, and I've been making my own emotes, some of my own emotes now, which I'm very happy with. Was the daughter of a merchant who ran a shop on the capital's main street. My father had passed away in a plague, so it was just me, my mother, and my older sister. It would be a lie to say business was doing well. We struggled to squeak by day to day after taxes. But we couldn't just abandon the ship. Thanks for the head pat. We couldn't just abandon the shop and leave the capital either. So we tried to make best of what we were able to take in between the three of us. Then my sister fell in love with a moderately well-off aristocrat. Both my mom and I were supportive of her and her desire to marry. But their union almost fell apart because she was not suitable for him. Merchants were hardly the lowest class. What we lacked instead was wealth. We needed another source of money beyond what the shop took in. If only we had money, my sister could get married. If only we had money, my mom wouldn't have to work so hard. If only we had money. It was then that someone from the distinguished Bollinger estate approached me. He said they were in need of Abigails and would love to have me. He said if he agreed to work for them, that the Bollinger estate would take care of my family. Generally speaking, noble houses took Abigails from other lower-ranked noble houses. It's unthinkable of someone my status to receive such an offer. So I took it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance and accepted the offer. I just prayed that nothing bad happens to my sister, and that Mom is getting enough money to live comfortably. That's all I can do. They're nobility. They have plenty of money, enough to spare some... The light shining through the stained glass window began to grow murky, fading into blackness. Felt like a message from on high, that no, my prayers could not be answered. The bluish-white illumination shining down upon me disappeared as clouds blocked the moon. Oh, come on. You don't even want to look at a sullied woman like me? Oh, for heaven's sake. I never asked to end up like this. Their nobility. They have plenty of money. Enough to spare some... Oh, come on. You don't even want to look at me. Oh, so we're just seeing the same scene, but from Michelle's perspective. I never asked to end up like this. Giselle was sitting at one of the pews in the room with the stained glass window. Just looking at her, you might have thought she was offering a prayer, but the words coming from her mouth were anything but prayerful. They were filled with resentment. They have plenty of money, a sullied woman. And then I never asked to end up like this. So this is what's beneath the facade. Most likely money is what she's after. All I need to do now is confirm my suspicions with them. Just what awful secrets will I uncover? I gave Giselle, sitting in the pew with her head drooped, a courtesy glance before leaving the chapel. I had somewhere else to be. The bitterly cold outside air felt like dozens of needles flowing into my lungs. It had been so long since I stepped beyond the mansion's walls. A thick mist canopied the night sky, blocking out the moonlight. Naturally, the heavens did not rejoice at my leaving the house. It had been 10 years since I've seen the mansion from the outside, and it hadn't changed one bit. A gloomy scar upon the earth, shrouded in darkness. Hardly the kind of place someone would enthusiastically approach. Nevertheless, it was better than that house. Owl! Oh. Yes? Huh? Yes, who is it? Michelle. What? Michelle Bollinger? Just one moment. I'll be right there. Come in. It's a humble abode, but make yourself at home. Who's he talking to? I must say this is rather unexpected. Just one word, I would have been up there in a heartbeat. And how am I supposed to do that? Welcome back, Marianne. I'm regrettably fresh out of carrier pigeons. Thanks for the hydrate and stretch. Right, yes. My apologies. This man living in a small cottage not far from the mansion has been hired by the Bollinger family. His job to watch over me. That said, we never actually interacted. He was tasked with keeping track of whenever I was still alive, and whatever I remained in the mansion. The monthly package for my family was delivered to him, which then was passed on to me. It was insipidly convoluted, but it was indicative of how much they wanted to avoid anyone learning about me. Well then, what can I do for you? The manservant was visibly rattled. Afraid, too. But not because of the difference in our social ranks. I had a pretty good idea of what he had been told about me. He was afraid of me, or more specifically, my curse. People fear that which they cannot comprehend. Not just children, adults as well. My dad came around to make sure the bike was put together correctly. Oh, nice. It's all safe and stuff to ride the bike now. Not just children, adults as well. They feared demons, witches, and curses, anything impure or not of this world. But I had long since gotten used to being viewed as such. It didn't sadden me, it didn't disappoint me, it didn't pain me. Some things were too foolish to concern yourself over. Though it certainly didn't make me feel good either. I was on some level annoyed. That woman's appearance at the mansion had created ripples in my own once tranquil life. Yes, I did it quickly. Yay! Nice! Yay, Marianne! Now, before I got into the real reason for my visit, I decided to take out a bit of my frustration. Raise your head, there's no need to be afraid. I don't know what you've been told, but I promise I won't bite. How rude of me. You're right. My sincerest apologies. Your job is to keep watch over me. If the mere sight of you has you trembling, what will you do if I try to run? I would have little trouble escaping. That would be quite unfortunate. What would I tell your mother? I'm not sure that would end well at all. You could lose everything you've been paid so far. In fact, you might be lucky to get out with your life. So, surely your mother would not. You're aware of who you're dealing with, right? Michel, the cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family, who made a pact with the devil. I did not need a blade to take your life. You wouldn't even make it back to report anything. Have mercy, Lord Michel. Please do not leave this mansion. Please spare me. Only joking. What? I don't have the power to kill by way of curse. The man fell silent, but the look on his face said, You are cursed, though, aren't you? Once someone gets an idea planted in their head, it's nigh impossible to get rid of it. I'm so cursed that anyone can see it. That I need to be locked away in a dark mansion. I am here because I have a question for you, not to warn that I plan to run away. Question? For me? Yes. Approximately 3 weeks ago, a black-haired woman came to the mansion. Tell me what you know about her. I was told there would be an Abigail coming, but that's all. I don't know anything else about her. I swear, that's all I know. I haven't been told anything else. I believe you. I never thought they would tell you anyway. But, right. He had been hired to observe me, but that's all he was, a hired hand. He wouldn't be privy to the Bollingers' family's internal affairs. Oh. Take this. A letter? I need you to deliver it to my mother. You could have just left it in the box from this month's package, and I would have collected it when I dropped off the next one. I'm in urgent need of information. Will you do this for me? Yes. Why, yes, absolutely. I'll fetch a delivery boy tomorrow morning. Much appreciated. Good night. You too. Do take care. So Michel wants to know more about Giselle then. Lord Michel, yes. Is it true that you don't have... Would you like me to sew your mouth shut so you can never open it again? No, not at all. My sincerest apologies, Lord Michel. That was horribly disrespectful. Good night. Cursed, I most certainly am. This is such calming music, but it's like sad. My mother's response arrived just 10 days later. The delivery boy must have pushed his horse quite hard. It's almost exactly a month after Giselle had moved in. Calming music set to such a depressing event. Yeah, and shortly thereafter, on a bone-chilling night, everything came crashing down. The rift between us grew deeper, and the wall between us impossibly high. When I lay bare the scars on her chest, I mercilessly plunged my knife into them. Oh, more sad music. How did we get to this point? Ugh, I hate everything. My spirits were getting darker and darker, like they were slowly sinking into deep morass. I had been at the mansion for a month, and every day since felt twice as long as it should have. I had been optimistic at first. I had even a little hope that me and Michel would get along together. But it hadn't taken long for that hope to be shattered, and the cheer locked away inside me. We lived in the same house, but we never spoken anymore. On the few occasions we did cross paths, he just gave me a cold glare and nothing more. Scorn and suspicion in his eyes. Whenever he looked at me like that, it felt as though my throat was being constricted, like I was deep underwater and running out of air. Like my very presence in the world was a crime. I never could have imagined just how agonizing constant rejection was. I started despising others, despising myself, despising the world. Convinced there was no one who could set me free, I considered running away from everything rather than live like this another day. But I would have done so long ago if that were actually an option. If they found out I had fled, that I had acted outside their wishes, my mom and sister would pay. I had succeeded in allowing my sister to get married and my mom to live comfortably. I had given them happiness. I couldn't take that away from them again. Not after what I had gone through to do it. No, cut that out. Getting way too depressing, Giselle. Pull yourself together. That's not who you are. Be positive. The negativity didn't only come from my interactions with Michel either. No, there seemed to be some kind of terrible presence within the mansion that twisted people's hearts. The mansion was in fact a bit of a local legend, which I had been informed about before being sent here. People claimed it was cursed and an evil witch who lived in it for many, many years. Michel joked that he was the witch, but I didn't believe him. I'm not usually one to believe in magic or curses at all, but being here so long I can't but wonder. Anyway, things can't go on like this. If I were to remain in this house, the situation needed to improve a lot. Giselle, you deserve happiness. She does. It sounds like she's been through the ringer. I was going to lose my mind if things kept up the way they were. I was ready to give up once, but I'm going to try closing the distance between us again. If I could get him to open up even the tiniest bit, then maybe that would make living here a little easier. I was going to try to make us best friends or anything. I wasn't going to try. Just repair our relationship enough that being around each other wasn't torturous. I got my work cut out for me. How do I even begin that conversation? Heck, what is this conversation even going to be about? Maybe I should hold off, do it another day. No. I've made up my mind to do this, so I should get to it quickly. The longer I wait, the worse things are going to get. And eventually there won't be any fixing anything. We need to talk. We need to be in the same room for more than 10 seconds. And we need to get to know each other. He needs to know that he's not the reason I have something to hide. Okay, let's do this. I hope this goes well. I made my way to Michelle's chambers, which she had told me to stay away from. My stride was slow and ponderous. At the very least, I did my best to keep some semblance of a smile on my face. This is the one time where I really have to have someone to give me a little nudge. Breathe in, breathe out. Pardon, Master. There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Master? I guess he's not here. The door wasn't locked. As was the rest of the house, his room was shrouded in darkness. The only light came from the candle in my hand. Master? Are you there, Master? Oh, I have a feeling this is gonna push him over the edge. I guess I missed him. It's probably best if I don't stick around for long. He's already got a less than stellar impression of me. I don't want to imagine what'll happen if he thinks I've been snooping through his room. Yeah, I should get out of here. I spun around on my heels, taking a step toward the door, when I caught sight of an object draped in a black sheet. I knew I had to get out of there quickly as possible, but I was intrigued by the object. Something he kept hidden in a room I was forbidden to enter. Don't do it, Giselle. Giselle! No, no! Maybe it was a clue to discovering Michelle's secrets. I reached my hand down toward the object, knowing good and well I shouldn't. Was it because I wanted to learn more about him? Was it because I wanted to tear down the veil he hid behind? Or was it the whispers of the witch? Oh. What do we have here? I pulled off the sheet, revealing a framed painting. What appeared to be a normal woman with porcelain white skin. This music. What stood out about her, though, was that the woman's hair was as pale as her skin. And then... What? I noticed something else. Wide gashes ravaged the canvas, damaging her face beyond repair. What the? This music! I imagine it had once been a painting of a beautiful woman, but there was hardly a trace of that left. The only feeling it inspired anymore was a deep chill. The damage was not accidental, it was deliberate, angry, and the contempt emanating from within frames was stifling. Thick, suffocating blackness seeped onto me. Why would anyone... She was surely a most beautiful woman. Angelic, even. A storm of questions assaulted me. Who was she? Why had her face been carved up? Why had the painting been covered? So that's the painting from earlier. What had happened? Who could have... There's only one person who could have done this. Michelle. Why on earth? You saw it, didn't you? You saw the painting, didn't you? You entered my room without permission. You saw the painting, didn't you? Angelic, you say? There's nothing angelic about that damned woman. I scrambled to make some excuse, but nothing would come out of my mouth. God, this music! All I could do was tremble. Oh! Whoa! My God! Michelle's eyes are terrifying! Why did you enter my chambers? Okay, look, whoa. Look at this! What the freak? My God! Why did you enter my chambers? That's scary! What were you looking for? Answer me. She can't even say. My mouth wouldn't move properly. I couldn't make my voice come out. My God! The music, the scene, holy crap! It was like I wasn't even my own body anymore. That's so scary. The wisps of air that were drawn in my lungs were expelled at hoarse gasps. My breaths were shallow and rapid. I could change him. I wasn't getting any air. I was terrified. Terrified. I would be terrified. Terrified. Of his eyes, of his voice, of his feelings, of the knife he was holding up to me. Of the terrible past I was chained to. A man's voice. God, this music. A man's very flesh. Terrified me. What were you trying to find? What were you planning to do with it? Answer me. Another thing you refused to tell me then. No, I'm trying. Nothing's coming out of my mouth, though. Everything's so bright. And I can't catch my breath. I mean, she's gonna pass out. I can't breathe. That's fine, though. You don't have to tell me. I have a pretty good idea. An idea? What do you mean? Money is what brought you to the Bollinger estate. It's what brought you to me, too. Oh, Michelle, are you assuming here? There are countless people who would love to see that house fall. And a noble family fears nothing more than disrepute. You were, I presume, approached by someone scheming the Bollinger's downfall. No. It just so happens the Bollingers have a very unfortunate secret. One they are quite desperate to keep under wraps. Me. Someone suspected I might still be alive, so they sent you to dig information about me. They are scary, but I like them, yeah. I think he's misunderstanding the situation here, and he's just assuming. Someone suspected I might still be alive. Why would... So they sent you to dig up information about me? My very existence threatens to tear down that house. What? The close youngest son of the Bollinger family, Michel, who made a pact with the devil, who is supposed to be dead but is very much alive. You sweet-talked your way into that house and into information about me and my present situation. And you meant to trade that information for money. I bet whoever was put quite a handsome price on it, too. Or maybe the one plotting to ruin the Bollinger family is you. No, that's not true. Then enlighten me. Please, hear me out. I don't know anything about you. I wasn't sniffing around or trying to bring you harm in any way. Then tell me. If that's not the reason you wormed your way into the Bollinger estate, and then that's what you're doing here, then tell me what is. Tell me why you came to this mansion. You want me to tell you about that? No way. That's asking too much. Tell me. I swear I haven't done anything to wrong you. I simply wanted to make our life together a little more comfortable. To bring some warmth to this frigid relationship we have. That's the only reason I know if I find out more about you. Michelle, oh my God, right? I must assume I'm right then, Giselle. I must tell him he's wrong. I must tell him. I mean, she's terrified. I would be, like, not speaking either if I was that scared. I mean him no harm, but I can't see anything. A merchant's daughter becoming an Abigail in a noble's house? Could you come up with a more obvious lie? Your father's the one who... Wait, how does he know that I'm from a merchant family? You look perplexed. I may be in prison in this house, not free to move about as I please. But I have my ways. I know everything. Everything. Then he knows about that too. And yes, I do know. So, in your quest for money, Don't say it! You slept with my father? Whoa! That moment, Michel plunged his knife into my heart. He carved through my chest with those words, causing me to completely lose control of myself. In a panic frenzy, I'm probably screaming all the way, I knocked the man aside and ran and ran and ran. I could hear a clap of thunder in the distance. Oh, how I wished a bolt of lightning would come crashing down upon me. Maybe if God burned my tainted flesh with a divine thunderbolt, it would get rid of some of the filth. But the jagged streaks of lightning cascading across the dark clouds did not strike me, only creating restless grumbles in the sky. Man! Wow, she just looked it out of there. But the words, like, it's like poetry. Like, just the knife dug into her chest, like, with his words. Why? I knew that if I fled that mansion, I would likely be causing trouble for my mom and sister. But I was helpless to stop myself. All I could do was run from that threatened me with no regard for the consequences. Before long, small droplets of rain began falling, which soon grew heavy to penetrate the forest canopy and reach the ground where I stood. I am shooketh. Yeah, I am shooketh too. The downpour drowned out my tears and my cries. Because I had rushed from the mansion without even putting on a cloak, each cold winter droplet stung bitterly against my flesh. But the bite of the rain was like a warm embrace compared to what I'd been through before. Michel had spoken the truth. So much I wanted not to avert my eyes, reality was forever engraved into this body. No, I don't want to think about it. But I had no say in this matter. Get out of my head! Wow. That was, whoa. That was insane. Antonin, get over here, Giselle. Okay, may I ask you what here so late at night, master? Oh, I just wanted to have a little chat. So I'm guessing this is Michel's dad, Antonin. And care for some wine? Come closer and I'll pour you a glass. I had this wine imported from up north. They use very hot water, and it's rather tart, so it leaves... I don't like this music. This is kind of... I don't like this. This is kind of sounds like unnerving, or it's a little jazzy, but there's something about it that's unnerving. I don't like this. I don't already like Antonin. There's something unnerving about this music. And yet it goes down so easily, so you just can't seem to stop. What do you say? Have a sip. Or does your expertise as a trader allow you to evaluate a wine's quality without tasting it? No, but, please, Giselle, don't trample over my good graces. Very well, then. I will have a sip, master, but no more. I don't like this. Get away from him, Giselle. There's something I don't like about this. Have you considered growing out your hair? Having long hair made it difficult for him to do my job. You're not a merchant anymore, though. You deserve to look like the woman you truly are. I have no doubt longer hair would accentuate your natural beauty. I have no... It's a gorgeous shade of black, so deep a man could get lost in it for years. Hiss! Yeah, hiss! Get away from me! Hiss! Get away from Giselle! It would contrast the color of your skin fabulously. Highlights your eyes, your cheekbones, your nape, your shoulders, and your chest. Bro! What? Bro! Bro! What are you saying? Bro! I should get going. Oh, but we're not done talking yet. I would not want a lack of sleep to interfere with my ability to work tomorrow. Thank you very much for the wine. It was delicious. No need be so cold-hearted now. From the moment I first laid eyes on you. Master? That's enough fooling around for one night. Now, don't be afraid. I don't like this. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I simply want to express my love. Ew. 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 This guy's ticking me off. What? Where is this here? No. What is it? Not that one. This guy is like, for real? Like, no. I don't like it. No, I don't like this. Oh, I came here for work, nothing more. First time I saw you, I thought it'd be tragic waste to leave you to wither away at a little street side shop. Stop! You can't tell me you didn't know a merchant girl had no place in a house like this. Even as a servant. Stranger danger. Yeah, stranger danger! Stranger danger! Woo! Woo! Wow! Wow! There's only one reason you will be allowed here. No, I swear, it's never even crossed my mind. It would seem even more innocent than you look. But you've figured it all out by now, haven't you? You're a maid, and I'm the master of the house. Who words do you think hold more weight? Don't worry, I won't do anything to... I promise your family will be exceptionally well taken care of. Your mother will have the comfortable life you wanted for her. I want to hit him with my bat. Yeah, I want to hit this man as well, but you know what will happen. You raise a fuss and make a fool of yourself. Not only will your family not get any of our money, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? And not only will your sister not get to marry, you'll spend the rest of your lives on the street. How could you be so cruel? This is blackmail. Blackmail? Well, merchant's daughter, you don't know much about trade, do you? The fuck is wrong with this guy? Let me give you a little lesson about market value. The goods you're after, Giselle, are not cheap. Understand? Now let me see the... Okay. What the fuck? Oh! What the fuck? He was an older man, so I wasn't expecting him to be very strong. But I couldn't break free of his grasp, and I found myself entirely at his mercy? What the fuck? Ew. Beyond the gaudy outfits laid at hungry beasts, I was seeing the true creature's true colors for the first time that day. The aging man ran his... Ugh. Ew. Every piece of flesh he pressed his lips against putrefied, rotted, decayed, wrinkled. I trembled in revulsion, at which the man laughed, seemingly... This man is disgusting. I want to beat him up. I'm going to send a ZIA after him. These Aquarians are going to have a word with him. He doesn't deserve this. No! I wonder what kind of place hell was. If hell's wardens only flayed and carved their prisoners, I would have preferred that instead. I would have rather been sliced in tiny little chunks and cast into the hellfire. I'm sorry, but fuck this guy. No! I would have chosen eternal torment over being touched by this man. Oh, fucking hell. But I didn't get to choose my hell. Eventually, the man forced open the gates I've been holding fast. Yeah, he's the freaking witch. He spread his festering death inside me. Oh, fuck. Fuck. And hell. Like, sorry. Jeez. Oh, that's so disgusting. Listen to me, Giselle. It's in our both interest to keep this between the two of us. If you can do that, I'll continue to do good by you and your family. Okay. Well, I didn't expect it to go this way. My God. Now don't look at me like that, please. I'm thrilled to have you here in this house, Giselle. She had been long since her mind, after all. He doesn't deserve to be labeled a witch. Witches are better than that pathetic man. That is true. Frickin'. God. He needs to go away. He needs to be punished for his frickin' transgressions. She had been long since lost her mind after that. Put him in the fire. Yeah, put him in the fire. It's just torture just being in the same room. And my sons, they hardly ever come home. But you, Giselle, you give color to my dull life. You make it exciting once again. I hate this guy. I really do. Now go back to your room. I'll be waiting at the same time. I hate this guy. Couldn't escape from that man's grasp. Not when he used my family against. That's so wrong. That's so inappropriate. What the? What? Some weeks, I would just not go to his chambers. My one feeble means of resistance. But when I did, he would send another able to come find me the next day. God. I couldn't ignore his summons when he got other people involved. And then when the two of us were alone, the mask would come off. That guy should go freaking rot, like, in prison or something. Or worse. I don't know what. And he would discipline me for not showing up before taking care of his usual business. On good days, he would leave bruises in inconspicuous places, my abdomen, my inner thighs. Oh my God. But even his father's carving a word in my skin with a knife? Harlot? That is why I was afraid of knives. Oh, so her trauma. That's why I'm afraid of men shouting. I need to hug Giselle. I wasn't even sure what to regret anymore. I was in far too deep. There was no turning back the clock. I even considered taking my own life on more than one occasion. But every time the thought crossed my mind, happy memories came with it. Back when it's just the three of us girls in the shop. That explains why she doesn't want Michel to touch her. Yeah. Now we know why. My God. That took a really dark turn. Jeez. Life may not have been easy, but it was never dull either. I didn't want to end my life at its absolute lowest point. I wanted it just temporarily to go back to the way things were back then. That objective was the only thing that allowed me to keep going. When I was in his presence, I tried to convince myself I was merely an object. I had no emotions, so he couldn't hurt me. I was merely a vessel, a construct of flesh and bones. His hands couldn't reach my heart, for it was not connected to my body. Doing that made it a little easier to bear. Girl, you shouldn't have to bear that. But the reality was it was impossible to completely sever my heart from my body. You're Giselle, aren't you? One day, the mistress of this estate stopped me in the halls. No one should have to deal with that. Yeah, no one. Like, that... That's horrible. That's terrible. Screw that guy. There's a method of execution in the Middle Ages that involved hanging until near death, then cutting open their stomach and cutting off their man meat. Ooh. She had supposedly once been quite beautiful, but she was only haggard and bony. Her skin dry, her eyes sunken, her hair faded. Stripped of its luster, her head down, her cracked lips barely moving as we speak. She spoke. Age didn't appear the only thing working its merciless magic on her either. There seemed to be something eating away at her from the inside, too. Something that could be burst at the lightest touch. Yes, I'm Giselle. Is there something I can do for you? The mistress rarely ever left her chambers. I have been told it had been years since she attended family supper. So, what would bring her to come looking for someone like me? Huh? What? I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. You're having... Oh, no. That's the wife. Oh, no. 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 You are, aren't you? No! He freaking forced her, you dip! Madam. My god. You wretched creature. You didn't, She was telling me the truth. One of my trusting... Wow. So you just don't think your husband was freaking doing that crap? And you just think Giselle was doing it? You stupid... These people are making me mad. Oh, okay. One of my trusty maids caught a glimpse of you through a crack in the door. She saw you with him, you filthy rat. And you seduced my husband. No, she didn't do that. Your husband was being a dipstick with her. Was being a real piece of work. Fuck. You seduced my husband. Ah, you devil, you conniving witch. Jeez. You don't get it, do you? You don't realize how grievous your sin is. Like, my god. Like, what? Like, do people ever think that? It's like, oh, they just blame someone else? Someone, anyone, restrain this girl. She's a demon, a devil. Tie her up and hand her over to the clergy. Okay. Yeah, I'll breathe. I'll breathe. Okay. So, I don't even remember which one it is now, but... No, that won't be enough. A witch, you have to burn her body, scatter the ashes, or she'll come back to life. So they're calling her a witch now. Execute her. Kill the woman, burn the witch, seize the piece she's stolen from me. Cursed. It's cursed. This house is cursed. So Liddy, or whatever, Liddy, is going insane now as well. Not only has it taken away my daughter, now it's trying to take away my husband. Ah, please. Please shine thy cleansing... Wait. Daughter? Daughter? Wait. What? Please shine the cleansing light upon this house. I knew it would be a waste of breath trying to talk to her. She was not of sound mind. There was madness in her eyes. I didn't even have to make a fuss about it. It happened all on its own. There was no way around it, and I should have just done it myself after the first time. This is the reason why I hate people, especially when they decide just to blame instead of asking questions, right? I didn't have the energy to argue with her, or to cry, or to shout. Before long, a crowd began to form around me and the sobbing mistress, and in it stood him. I assumed he would just stand back and watch. But much to my surprise, he stepped in with an embarrassed look on his face. He tried to settle his wife down and convince her not to have me executed. Maybe he did have a heart after all. I don't think so. Or maybe he just wanted to save face. Regardless, instead of being burned at the stake, it was decided that I would be sent away to some remote forest. One of the previous Bollinger family heads had purchased a mansion there long ago, but had been abandoned because of the stories people told about it. They said a cursed witch dwelled in the house. She had returned to life after being executed, and now skulked about in the darkness. It was a perfect place to banish a sinner. And so, accused of adultery, I was in a carriage on my way out of the capital next day. Also, why didn't you ask your husband, huh? That's what I'm wondering. I hope my mom and sister are all right. Like, I mean, honestly, though, why didn't she ask her husband? Like, you just didn't hear your maid say it? Moving to a cursed man just sounds like a battle. You know, you're not wrong. I just still wish they kind of questioned him, though. Like, yeah, it's definitely better there than where she was at, but... Why didn't they just like, oh, we're just gonna take, like, one person's word for it? And then no one else. They're not even gonna question you. It's like, okay. The two of them will believe in me, even if no one else does. The wooden wheels turn, carrying me away to that cursed mansion. Just a silent coachman and his single solely passenger. Looking out through the window, I could see the city's walls slowly fading into the distance between us. I doubted I would ever set foot in this land again. Ever cross the Grand Pont, the bridge, again. It was a saddening reality, but at the same time, I felt a surge of relief. I finally escaped from that house. Yeah, thank God. She doesn't have to be in that freaking area again. I had finally escaped from that man. The sense of freedom slightly lessened the weight of everything else I was feeling. I know I keep saying it, but I really want to hug Giselle. She deserves so much better. She really does. Giselle needs a hug, guys. Hugs in the chat for Giselle. Or head pats. Hugs and head pats for Giselle. A good while after I left the capital, the coachman handed me a letter. On the sheet of parchment was a rather startling revelation. Yeah, she really needs that. There was something else living in the house where I was reside, the Bollinger's youngest child. But the letter didn't say why he was sent to the cursed mansion, only that he was there. Beyond that, the letter had made a single request. That I look after him and not have any questions. So I'm not just being sent off to the middle of nowhere. I still have work to do. If I look after whoever's at the mansion, then I'll have to do the same for my family. I don't have much to say in the matter either way, I suppose. The carriage rattled and shook as it traversed the stony path and bounced around inside it. I resolved to take back my life, the peace I had once known, the cheerfulness I had lost. Like, jeez. I really can't believe that. And so do I. I would forget, lock away my memories, bury every terrible thing that happened to me. Cast aside those. This girl, she needs a therapist too. Cast aside those memories and find my smile once more. I had no idea who I'm going to find there, but they couldn't possibly do anything worse to me. I'll greet them with a smile and do my best to build up a decent relationship with them. I figured since the both of us had been banished to the same cursed mansion, there was probably be other things we had in common, and so I would forget it all and get my life back. She needs a therapist and abuse people who genuinely love her. Agreed. Get my smile back. Woof! And that was everything that led me up to my arriving in the mansion. Well, they didn't say the story was gonna be happy. That's for sure. All the wounds I never wanted to open again. I didn't want to think about it. I've been trying so hard to forget about it. I wanted to forget all about it. So why? Why did you have to make me remember? All I did was believe. Believe that we couldn't make things work. Why? How could you? God, I can't take it anymore. Poor Giselle. Once the memories are broken free, they all fall back with perfect clarity. Ugh. I feel so bad for her. Exactly how he... Oh, God. Ran his hands across me. Exactly where he hit me, where he cut me. Like, I was gonna go through it again in this very moment. Ugh. God. The rain was cooling me down on the outside, but so much nauseating heat had built up in my gut. I vomited all over the ground. I threw up and threw up until there was nothing left but bile. Poor girl. And when I had nothing left to expel, the strength evacuated from my knees and I collapsed. I didn't know if everything was worried because of the rain or because my eyes had decided they were done looking at anything. The whole world twisted before me. Uh-oh. I think she's passing out. Michel's no different. My attempt to get close to him, to always keep a smile on, was all a waste. The look in his eyes was terrifying. I mean, yeah, his look in his eyes were like he didn't believe in anything at all. So he probably wouldn't have believed in me. If I had told him the truth, if I had convinced him I had an ulterior motive, there's probably no changing his mind. Such cold rain. If I lie down here and go to sleep, I wonder if all the warmth will eventually drain from my body. And then I'll decompose and become part of the earth. You know, that might actually be nice. I'd like that. I always thought I didn't want to die. Then I wanted to go back to the way things were. But who cares anymore? I did my best after all, and that still got me nowhere. Cheerful Giselle was all just a farce. And when I died, or dead, all my worry for my mom and sister will fade away with me. Oh God, I doubt you have a place for me on high. I'm after all an unclean woman. But that's not your fault. And I've given up all on living altogether. But even if I can't get into heaven, that's okay. I just want release. The rain pattered down through the leaves overhead, chilling my skin. The cold spreading through my flesh into my bones, my heart and lungs and stomach, freezing me like a block of ice. My consciousness drifted away from me, and the world slipped through my fingers. More than fear, I felt relief. Yeah, this is upsetting. Like, jeez. Poor girl. I feel so bad for her. Up in her black. And that, I was sure, is the end of me. Oh. I feel like Michel would have believed her. I just bet his mom made things worse on her. I think so, yeah. I agree with that. And that, I was sure, was the end of me. I'm even now putting her through a harrowing experience. Digging up the memories she locked away, the past she never wanted to pretend never happened, and laying it all out there before her once more. But I must get her back to who she was, even if it means forcing her to enter this. I'm sorry, Giselle, we have to put you through this again. She must remember everything. Because I need to know. Why did she become the maid? And what secrets... Oh man, this music freaking hits hard in this household. You're... Michel. Yes, my name is Michel. I knew it. I am not the white-haired girl. The person you were searching for was the man who once hurt you deeply. Me. Why? Why was her why referring to? What was her why referring to? Why I hurt her? Or why I'm here? Or perhaps why I didn't show up until now? Not having an answer for her, I clenched her cold hands in mine. I wonder, were her hands cold that night too? There was still much more we need to see though. And it was still too soon for me to apologize. When she's gotten everything back. Only then when she were coming to herself. This is what I must tell her. Now let us return to our past. Our story has only just begun. No matter what we thought or what we desired. No matter what we lost or how much pain we suffered. We must not shut this door. Perfect darkness embraces us once more. I can see nothing, not even the woman beside me, but I shall not let go of her hand. I did not want her to slip away from me. I did not want her to lose her. Oh. Excuse me, sorry. Stay with me. Are you all right? Oh. Oh, thank goodness you're awake. How's your head? Can you see me? What? You had me scared silly there. I thought I might have lost you for good. I'm really glad you're alive. Where am I? And who is this man? What was I doing? You feeling up for any food? If I can whip up some poetry here right quick. I was in the forest. It was raining. Like kind of the calm. It's nice to be in a calm part. Before that, I was at the mansion. I feel sick, like there's still something in my stomach. No, thank you. I don't want anything. You really should have something. You really need to keep up your energy. Unless you want to conk out again in an hour. Sounds good to me. I'd rather never wake up at all. You're not in the highest of spirits either, it seems. All the more reason to get something warm into you. Or sweet. Please have something. I got some milk on the fire. I bet you can handle a cup of that. Warm milk. Yeah, warm milk would help. You start losing all hope once the cold gets that deep into you, reaches you down to your core. Take my word of that, please. Just one sip. You feel like a whole new gal. A heart-wrenching, pleasant aroma wafted up from the steam. The steam from within the wooden cup. Succumbing to the sweet smell, I lifted the cup to my lips for just one sip. And the warmth that spread through me brought tears to my eyes. Aww. Perhaps there really was kindness in the world. A ripple spread through the surface of the milk. I heard a gentle sigh come from the man beside me, after which he said with a smile, "You should take it easy for the day." I had lost the willpower to think about anything. I didn't care about what happened to me or why I was here, who he was, or even where this was. I spent the whole day in bed, just watching the sun slowly slide across the wooden floor. Felt like I was somewhere far, far away. At times I felt like a lost child, and at times like a sickly old woman on her deathbed. Watching the sun travel gave me a renewed awareness of the passage of time. And the fact that each moment that went by was another moment I was alive. I realized that then that it had been a while since I'd gotten more than a brief glimpse at any sunlight. It almost surprised me how colorful the world seemed beneath the sun's light, something I didn't get much of in the dark mansion. Only after losing something do you realize how much you need it. What's the spamming A? Warm light, the light shining through the window, and a bed that smelled like springtime. With those two things, my heart slowly began to defrost. I started to regain the willpower to stand on my own 2 feet. Thank you for everything. You sure you're in shape to be on your feet? Yes, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. You look pretty beat up to me. But you look a lot better now. And if you're talking a lot more clearly than before. You've been very generous despite having never met me before, and that you have been my deepest gratitude. Yeah, well, that's what a good Samaritan is. Without your help, I wouldn't no longer to be in this world. I don't deserve your thanks. You are alive now because God's guidance made it so. God. I came across you early this morning as I was heading into the forest to hunt. Imagine my surprise seeing a young lady like you on the ground in my path. What were you doing in the forest? Ah, you don't have to tell me if you'd rather not. Everyone's got their own share of personal problems. You're not going to demand I talk? I mean, why would you? I mean, I don't think it's nice when you kind of demand something from someone, or demanding, like, people talk. Or telling, like, something like that. Like, I mean, he doesn't know. But you shouldn't be forced to. Like, I mean, they'll either tell you when they're ready or not, and that's fine. Like, look like you've been to hell and back. What? I can tell just looking at you. Now then, do you have somewhere you can go? Somewhere to go? Of course I don't. I can't go back to the capital or the mansion. If not, then why don't you stay here? Here? Sure, it's a small village. We're self-sufficient and we help each other out. We all help each other out. No tax-hungry lords. No, we built the land to place it better, so we keep everything we make. You're pretty remote as a result, and the harvest isn't fantastic, but I'm sure you'll find it comfortably. The rest of the villagers will be glad to have you. What do you say? Sorry, Mom. What I'm about to might make the rest of the family's lives more difficult. But I don't want to feel any more pain. Yeah, you shouldn't have to feel that anymore, Giselle. If I really wouldn't be inconveniencing you, it is really okay, then yes. I would like to stay here. It's great to hear. I was loath to send you back out in your current condition. I haven't introduced myself, have I? The name's Amadei? Amadei. Just one lowly villager of many. She deserves happiness. I'm a Giselle. Giselle. That's a beautiful name. Amadei's a cool name, too. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a vacant house. Clean it up and you can call it home. Aww. Amadei seems like a really nice person. I couldn't possibly ask for that. I doubt others would like you. Just took a house for myself. That shouldn't be an issue. I'm the village representative, more or less. Representative, like the chief? Only in name, though. As I mentioned, we're not on any lord's maps, so I don't have much representing to do. The only reason I ended up in charge was because I'm a bit more educated than everyone else. It was long ago, but I understudied with a priest. Because of that, I'm familiar with the Bible's teachings. So rather than a chief, the people of the village look at me like a priest. Wouldn't it be fun? Wouldn't be much fun if the church found out about it. You're liable to think I'm acting unordained. Unordained. Then you believe in God. I guess like unordained means like kind of like you can't do teaching and such or be a leader. Is that what it means? Of course God exists. He's always watching over us. That's why you survive, because he protected you. I understand your faith can waver when you're going through times of tribulation, but those are the times when it's most important to keep sight of who you are. Right, now, you get some rest. Tomorrow I'll show you around the village. Thank you. I truly mean it. I really sincerely appreciate everything. Don't mention it, Giselle. This is your village now, too. So you don't need to act like a stranger anymore. Okay, so he's Amadei. Seems like a really nice man. Maybe here, I can live in peace. It'll be alright, I'm sure. Yeah. I wasn't silly enough to believe my life would be perfect, but I had found a tiny fragment of my lost hope. Oh. While I had once been ready to give up on absolute everything, I was starting to feel like I might be able to smile again eventually. Like I might be able to get back on my feet. And in order to do that, I had to cast aside my past once more. Forget everything that had happened at the Bollinger estate and everything that had happened at the mansion. Forget about Michel. There was one niggling curiosity, though I couldn't shake something he had said before I left. My very existence threatens to tear down that house. The cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family. Michel, who made a pact with the devil, who was supposed to be dead but is very much alive. I do wonder what he meant by that. What had he meant by that? Why would people think he was dead? No, I don't care about Michel one bit. Forget it. Forget everything. The house was as it had always been, wrapped in the thick silence. Giselle's shadow, which had been lurking in the halls for about a month, was nowhere to be found. She hadn't come back since running off that day. My secret was still safe. Her efforts in the end, had all been for naught. Back to the way things were. But despite my mind telling me it was for the best, I felt a cup of guilt seething in my back. Okay, so basically, from what I understanding with this mansion and the place Michel is, it's basically they send people there to keep their family secrets, the Bollinger's family secrets, basically. Which is like, I see. And any attempts to figure out why only made me feel worse. So the look on her face then. Hear me out. I didn't know anything about you. I wasn't sniffing around or trying to bring you any harm in any way. Was that really her just putting on an act because I revealed her scheming? Well, she wasn't scheming. She was screaming, though. And she looked genuinely terrified when she knocked my hand away. I'm not falling for anything. I just feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something doesn't add up. Be quiet. Silence, please. My head was pounding beyond belief. I couldn't stand anything. This world, this creature I was, the witches whispering. The archangel looking down upon me seemed to be cackling from somewhere far out of reach. So, for whatever was worth, to escape from his gaze. Oh, so he covered it back up? I once again drew the drapes over the stained glass window. Whoa, it's someone new! Hey, where are you from? Gonna be here long? Are you? We hardly ever get visitors here, so they're downright awestruck by you. We'll be getting a lot of attention. You'll be getting a lot of attention for a little, but please don't let it get to you. Oh, no, that's just fine. I'll do my best to get along with everyone. Ha! You've got a spark in you that wasn't there yesterday. Anything in particular that cheered you up? In particular, once I decided I'm going to stay here, I just sort of started feeling better about things. And I figured I couldn't stay gloomy forever. I'm glad to hear it. And it's all thanks to you, Amade. Keep thanking me like that and my cheeks might get stuck red. In any event, I said I'd show you around yesterday. So how about we do that? Lead the way, that said. We're a modest little village of about 100. Everyone knows everyone. For that size, it looks pretty big to me. Amade taking the lead, we walked through the village, passing by crops, fields, and milk cows, presumably shared among the villagers. Houses were scattered across the area that seemed far too large for only 100 people. Actually, getting a better look at them, the buildings were debilitated, looking more like ruins than residences. Once upon a time, there was a city, rather than a village. And your ancestors lived here? No, we were drifters, fortunate enough to come across some decent-looking land, so we stuck around. How do you know it was like this before then? There were a few stone tablets up behind it based on what we were able to extract from their texts. This area used to be a large city with a booming economy rivaling that of the capital. There weren't hundreds but thousands of people bustling about. Merchants came from afar, came in droves. It wasn't much like the capital. It was much like how the capital is now. Actually, this area is more open to foreigners. People of all different races speaking as many different languages. It was evidently quite the sight and sound. I have no idea there was a city here, and that's what happens when a place is wiped from history. I couldn't tell you how reliable the tablets are, but if you were to take them at their word, the city lost everything in just a single week. Whoa. What? People's crops, the livestock's all dead. Maybe it was a natural disaster, a famine, a plague, I couldn't say for sure. This is what tablets said, though. We have been cursed by the witch. Morgana! Cursed by the witch? Look over there. You see that river? Thanks for the stretch and hydrate. There used to be a magnificent bridge crossing it, but there's hardly anything left of it. If you continue along the path beyond that fallen bridge, there's a forest. That's where I found you. The deeper parts of the woods are so dense you can't see anything but tree trunks and leaves. It's an eerie place wrapped in cloud of darkness. If you make it through that, there's a mansion which is said to be cursed. Well, we were there. Excuse me. The witch who supposedly destroyed the city lives in the house deep in the forest. She's been there for years and years and years, and she casts her curse on anyone who goes near it. The city was so large that the mansion was actually in its borders. My guess is the bridge was built to mark the road leading to it. Now, as you can see, the bridge is gone and the house is still standing or practically in ruins. But the mansion alone looks like it just did back then. The witch living in the mansion goes by the name Morgana. According to the records, someone by the same name was executed in this area for witchcraft. Interesting. And even at that, she continues to bear her grudge against mankind. So then this land is cursed? Who knows how much of it is true, though? Truth or fiction, the story has taken root in this region. Oh, hi, Avi. How you doing? People have a tendency to keep stories alive that scare them. Sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. No, I'm fine. You best stay away from the mansion in the forest at any rate. There's no saying what might happen if curiosity gets the better of you. Better safe than sorry, if you ask me. Aside from the mansion, this is as peaceful as a village you find. I gotta go. Okay, Marion, thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I caught your stream. Yeah. I just saw a lot of intense things, and I got quite mad earlier because of what happened to Giselle. So I was quite mad and angry. Bye-bye! I was like, good lord. Poor Giselle. Better safe than sorry. Aside from the mansion, this is as peaceful as a village as you'll find. I don't know where you came from, but I'm glad you didn't end up wandering up there. I know all about the mansion, who lives there. I was there after all. What happened to Jill, aka the maid? Well, I mean, frickin' Michelle's dad was doing some disgusting things to her. So I got quite mad at that. I feel really bad for her. And now I know why she doesn't like to be touched or like yelled at or anything. I'm just like, frick. Like, frick that guy. And like, even like his wife was like, oh, I saw you were seducing my husband. I was like, frickin' A, lady, get your stuff right. Like, actually, like, ask your husband, maybe. Also, that image of Michelle like holding a knife up to Giselle was quite scary, I must say. It was like, whoa. I don't remember any cursed witch. Just a man with a bone-chilling glare. Maybe the rumors about a witch living there were spread by him. Perhaps even his family. I could see them doing that. But none of that matters to me anymore. I'm not going anywhere near that house. Oh, that. Yeah. I was quite mad about that. I was like, I'm not going anywhere near that house again. The witches cursed Michelle, they're nothing to me. With nowhere else to go, I ended up in this small village. There was no denying that there was very little to speak of here, but I found peace in that nothingness. I couldn't have been more blessed that such a kind man had found me and welcomed me into his village. The village ran entirely on its own crops and livestock. They had no currency, merely bartered amongst themselves. Coming from a merchant's family, everything felt so new. I never had plowed a large plot of land, milked a cow, or even used a loom before. At first, I wasn't sure what to think, despite being such a departure from my lifestyle in the capital. But over time, I grew more comfortable with my new life, and the people of this village started thinking of me as one of them. Come on, Giselle, come play with us. We're playing hide and seek today. Can't sorry, I'm spinning yarn. Oh, you saw through the witch's lie about the past? Yes, I did. Well, I saved before, like, because I saw there were 3 options. But I was reading the backlogs where it said this story through door 4, like, previously before all this. was a lie and fabricated. So I was like, and I don't think, and she's like, oh, and the maid, well, Giselle said, she's like, oh, I'm the witch, Morgana. I'm like, I don't think so. I don't believe you. You can do that later. Come on, play with us. Stop. Don't pull on my skirt. Oh, all right. You win. When I'm done with this, I'll join you. And no ditching. We'll be down at the square, okay? Got it. See you there. The kids are taking quite a liking to you. Oh, Amadei. You think so? They've been incredibly lively since you arrived. Children are more sensitive than adults. Sensitive? They're very perceptive of other feelings. If you're begrudgingly paying along, they'll pick up on that quickly. You like children, and that's a wonderful thing. There's not a good one in the world who dislikes children. Why, thank you. So, this shit is truly comfy. Yeah, this part is at least comfy. Which one are you in? Door 5 right now? Yeah, I'm in door 5 right now. Yes, I am. I don't think of as much as I like them, so I'm kind of like a big kid myself. I generally enjoy hide and seek, but that's not going to earn me any points. I like kids too. Watching them gives me faith that this world has a bright future. A bright future. I never looked at them that way. They seemed to like you quite a bit, Amadei. Thanks. Though I'd rather give my affection to my own kids. Oh, you have children? Oh, heavens no. I thought that was obvious enough. I'm talking about the future. I see. But knowing you, Amadei, I'm sure you'll find someone right for you and have kids of your own in no time. It's not that easy, sadly. Even in such a small village, there are no ladies who would take an interest in me. Nice. This one is the least tragic. No. Well, not earlier it seemed definitely tragic, but right now this part's not tragic at least. Or just like, oof, you don't give yourself enough credit. Right now it's just like peace and quiet, which is a nice little reprieve from what we learned earlier. I'm fully confident you'll find someone soon enough. You really think so? Absolutely. And perhaps you could be that person. Pardon? I won't pressure you into it, of course. But I think it would be marvelous to have you in my life in a bigger way. But it's a little soon for me to think about settling down like that. It's pretty sudden, I admit. Take all the time you need to consider it. Alright. I have to go play with the kids now. Have fun. I wonder if he really meant it. Amadei is a nice fellow. I'm sure living here would be wonderful. But I can't help feeling something isn't right here. I wonder what she means by that. Kind of like too good to be true or something? Why am I thinking about him now of all times? That man has no redeemable qualities, not one. Oh, Michel? Is she talking about Michel? As it turned out, Amadei was serious about his proposition, and he brought it up every time we ran into each other. Unable to give him an answer, I found myself constantly apologizing to him. Soon, winter started giving way to spring. One day, when the air still had a brisk winter bite and budding seedlings battled to break through the earth, the seams holding the village together began to come loose. That day, the village men were gathered in the square talking. They all had stern looks on their faces. It was clear that something had happened. I obviously couldn't stick my head in, so I waited once they were done and caught Amadei. While it was rather awkward, I was still more comfortable asking him for information than anyone else. Actually, with a dejected look on my face, he started explaining. A lord found out about this village. Uh-oh. I need to confirm. This is when Michel and Giselle had a fight and Giselle fled to the village? Yes. Yes, it's when Giselle went into his room and then found the painting, like, slashed up. And then Michel was like, oh, you trying to find out stuff about me and, you know, get money for it and stuff. Yeah. What? And he said he's going to place this land under his rule. Oh. Meaning he'll start collecting taxes. Damn. In addition, he's also demanding we pay 5 years' worth of back taxes for an unauthorized use of land. Oh no. What? That's ridiculous. Yeah, it most certainly is. We obviously don't have the means to pay 5-year taxes. There's no reason for him to take over this village at all. We're completely isolated from the surrounding area after all. But if we resist, he could send soldiers. It doesn't matter how absurd his claim to the villages. We have no choice but to comply. That's terrible. What are we going to do then? We're going to do as the Lord demands. The 5-year taxes will have to be paid in installments. Some of the men suggested we abandon the land and find somewhere else, but it would take time to cultivate the land and plant new crops. It's no trivial task. We'll just have to make do with these changes. We'll use more of the land to grow and try to be more efficient. Will you help out in the fields? Of course. This village is my home now. Thank you, Giselle. It would be difficult, but if we all pitch in, I'm sure we can get through this. I thought the same thing. If we all work together, we can make it through this rough patch. But the collection of taxes brought more than just a burden for everyone to share. It brought emotional strain and conflict to the village, too. Your family has more hands to work the fields. I have a sickly child. Expect him to work harder than he is? I know you're hiding grain in your cellar. Oh, so they're just, like, fighting each other. You have more than us. Let us keep a little grain. You have more. No, you have more. You both have more than us. When their comfortable lives fell under attack, the village's top priority became their own property. The cooperation was only temporary, and before long, everyone became a threat. The negative energy only built on itself, its growth accelerating like a boulder rolling down a hill. And it wasn't long before their sights fell on me, the outsider. Oh, so they're gonna blame her for everything now, I guess. Come on, get moving. Ow, stop that. Well, I guess the peace didn't last for long, did it now? Why are you doing this? I'll stop once you told us everything. Well, it's not that bad. Told you everything what? Yeah. One morning, a man dragged me from my house and took me to the square. There, the entire rest of the village gathered, all eyes on me. Is it? I guess it wasn't as bad as the previous situation, but it still kind of sucks. What? What is this all about? Oh, don't play stupid. We all know it was you. What was me? The thief. Amadei? From the crowd appears someone I knew quite well. Wait, is Amadei saying she's a thief? The ever affable village representative. The man who had saved my life. But in his eyes now, I thought you were better. Wow, Amadei, come on! It was contempt, anger, scorn. So many different shades of negativity. I recognized what I saw in his glare immediately, as someone who had been subjected to those looks before. Oh my god. But why? For what reason was he looking at me like that? Jeez. I couldn't make sense of what was happening. Okay, but I think I'm gonna end it for here today, guys. Because it's the 4-hour mark. It's the 4-hour mark, so I'm gonna end it here today because I'm getting a little bit hungry. Like, a lot of intense stuff happened today. So we're gonna go to my chill scene. Holy crap. A lot of stuff just happened there. Like, what? Like, I can't believe what happened all there. Like, that was just... Amadei, wow. Yeah, Amadei. We're gonna see what he does for... I think I might play more of this next week. We'll see. It depends. But yeah, I think for sure. I'll definitely be continuing this story. Like, my gosh, a lot just happened. Wow, I just came back and you're leaving again. Mean. Well, it is 4 hours, Grapey. Jeez. Did you rest up, though? I gotta make sure I save this. Gotta double save. Just go back. I'll just close it. I'm out. That's good, that's good. I already saved, so I don't have to worry about that. But my god, was that intense. And I feel really bad for what happened to Giselle, and I think that guy should just go away. And then also, like, Michelle's, like, whole thing. Yeah, stop by with... Oh, really? Aw, that's so nice! Yay! The grape got some... Ooh! Yay! That's good. Hopefully that helps you make you feel better. Aw. That's sweet. Well, why are you humping? Oh my god. But yeah, definitely for next week, we'll see what, for what. Why are you humping? Just hold there. Just hold in there. The witch's backstories. Yeah, I mean, this is a lot to take in. That's why I'm like, oh my god. I mean, this, it's a good story. Don't get me wrong, but my gosh, it is darker than I thought. I was like, man, I thought the other stories are tragic, but this story with Giselle and Michel, I'm like, frickin' sake. Oh my god. Oh, what was that? Oh, okay. But anyway, let me see. Let's see, should I raid anybody? Ow! Why'd you bonk me? And why'd you do that? What did I do? Oh, thanks for the follow, Avi. Much appreciated. Okay, it's fun to watch your stream today. So you have a good one. Got to go. Bye bye. Oh, thanks for the hydrate and stretch. Oh, okay. Let's see. Who should I raid today? Who's on? Oh, I haven't ever raided. How long is? I see Scribs is on. Is she gonna be on for a while longer? I haven't ever raided her before. What's she playing? If she's been on a while, I will be... Oh yeah, no worries. Scrib's been on a while. Who else is on? Anyone else playing this? I don't think anyone else is playing this game. Spooter? The Spooter's on? Avero? 7 hours, LOL. Yeah, let's go raid Avero. What is Avero playing today? Whisper Mountain Outbreak? Yeah, let's go raid Avero. Alright, well, I'm gonna send you guys over to Vero. They're playing... Yeah, Whisper Mountain Outback. I'm not sure what that is, but let's go see what it is. But as always, thank you guys for... You're the only one playing this? Oh, yeah. But as always, thanks you guys for coming out today. I hope you have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, evening. And I shall be back on Saturday for some Blair Witch, a spooky game. Woo! But until next time, everybody, bye-bye.